Yeah, I just want to call to order this City Council Strategic Priorities workshop for February, actually the 24th at 8:30 p.m. So with that, I'll turn it over to Trent.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and team, City of Pearland team. Appreciate everybody being here on a Saturday morning to do some of those important work we do all year, every year. And, our city staff hears us talk about all the time our strategic priorities and how we want those to be built into the department's goals, their divisional goals and individual goals, so that we have organizational clarity throughout the organization, understanding what everybody within the organization does on a day-to-day basis and what their goals are set, tie back to what the city council wants to see for our community. So having our staff here today see it firsthand, I think is very important. It is the council's work, so we want to let them do their work. We are here as a resource to help answer questions and get to answers and get to where we want to be for today. We've got a lot of time reserved today to get through the existing milestones, talk about any new milestones that we want to tackle in the future, and just a lot of work to do today. So I'm looking forward to it. We have Mr. Patrick Ibarra with the group to facilitate for us. I think all of our staff has met Patrick. We had him in at a leadership retreat earlier this year. The council got to meet him last night. So looking forward to working through the day, and I'll hand it off to our facilitator, Patrick.
Great. Thanks, Trent. Well, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. There we go. How many of you are excited you're getting out of chores at home today? How many other chores are going to be waiting for you when you finally get home later today? Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, I'm excited to be here today. Today's another step in the journey of you realizing the potential for this community. The best days for Pearland are in front of it. They're just not a guarantee. I would equate strategic priority setting today as the equivalent of community insurance. How you're being both responsive and proactive. Sometimes government falls into the trap of being solely almost reactive. This is trying to toggle between being proactive, what is on the horizon, what are you going to do intentionally about, deliberately about, purposely about, and what do you need to respond to right now, these issues. We want to step back today, have a really good conversation, exchange of ideas, and arrive at what Trent mentioned earlier is clarity. The alignment of priorities between the mayor and council and the city manager is critical to a healthy council-manager partnership. The way I understand it, Trent's a pretty good dancer, especially after watching him last night. He's a pretty good dancer. He can't dance a different way by every council member every day of the week. He'll get whiplash. And that's the challenge, right? People tend to have big appetites. Do residents of this community have high expectations? I would assume they do. Do mayor and council have high expectations? Does the city manager have high expectations, directors? You didn't say it so reluctantly early. Yes, he does, right? Isn't it wonderful to work and live in a community that has high expectations? We were talking last night. I believe that communities have self-esteem. You can tell by when you drive through a community how people feel about where they live. And the city's role as a community builder is to facilitate that improved quality of life. And what we want to do today, this morning, is set the table a little bit for the balance of the afternoon, the balance of the day. I know sometimes people are anxious. They want to just get in and start marking up milestones. That's cool. We'll have plenty of time for that. We think it's crucial to make sure and reinforce the concepts of what you're doing and why you're doing it, as opposed to just getting into the how. We are going to cover some of the material last night. We were at dinner, by the way. Thank you all so much for coordinating that. Megan and the staff, it was wonderful. The food was wonderful. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves. I think it's important, as Trent and I and the mayor talked about that, having that last night. It's important, I think, for mayor and council to have good memories, good traditions to draw positive energy from when it's late at a meeting and you're tired and you want to just vote, to understand that you and your colleagues are in a similar situation where you're trying to make good decisions and that your colleagues. Doesn't mean everything's unanimous vote. That's not always a sign of a healthy council. Sometimes councils have unanimous votes because they're avoiding tough subjects. It's how you work through the challenges where you don't have a common understanding. Politics is the art of compromise and the art of influence, and it's hard to be influential unless you're willing to compromise. So how you work through those issues is, I think, a testament to your character. So we wanted to start kind of what we flushed out a little bit last night. And if you have the workbook, I'm on page, this is what I refer to as the workbook. Everybody has that. I think Megan distributed those. By the way, let's give a round of applause to Megan for organizing. She had some help, as I'm sure you can assume, but okay. So page 3, the benefits from good government. I touched on this a little bit last night. benefits from good government, the role of government. What's happening in this community as a result of decisions made by mayor and council and executed by staff? What are the benefits? What's happening? Are you in the output business? This is spell check, by the way. Are you in the output business? Mentioned last night, one of the items mentioned was job creation. Not so much as you as an employer solely, but what you're trying to facilitate. Another concept was public safety. And I open this up to the entire room. What else is happening in Pearland as a result of decisions? It's easy to pick at what government's not doing.
I think Roshi mentioned like affordable housing. maybe.
Affordable housing, okay. I don't care where I go, I have clients coast to coast. Affordable housing was one of the primary topics city councils were dealing with. Urban, rural, large or small.
I
Mayor?
think we have the benefits even today of overall comprehensive planning for.
Comprehensive plan. Okay.
I think
Water availability.
Water availability.
like long-term sustainability, tax base, bringing it back.
We've seen that term sustainability evolve. It used to be about environmental. A lot of cities have adopted the whole notion of financial sustainability, which is a good trend, I think. Other benefits that's happening in this community as a result of decisions made by mayor and council, executed by staff.
Economic development.
Okay?
A big improvement that I've seen in 5 years is our level of transparency.
And that has become, especially post-pandemic, the whole notion of citizen engagement has evolved to where it's a priority from a lot of cities. Their strategy. It's not just, oh yeah, it's more part of their mission. And that's an ongoing undertaking. And what we're seeing across the country is not so much what government is telling people, it's what people are telling government. People want to be heard more in different ways than, I'm not saying you're imposing, but you're sort of notifying people. There's a whole segment of every community that people want to feel as though they're being heard about whatever those issues are. We talked about some of that last night, just younger people getting elected, younger people being appointed. This community's trending younger, people's appetites and attitudes. They're not static, they're dynamic. So,
I would say just overall sense of satisfaction. Good. Has been challenges, but I think people are proud and happy with where they live.
I would offer to you an element as you navigate these priorities today is to be able to distinguish between the problems you can fix and the issues you can only address. Because sometimes government, everything you talk about today has merit, but it's not solely the city's responsibility to address it. Some things are sometimes outside the scope of your portfolio, and then once you're in it, you're never out. That's the challenge. The public comes to expect it. So how you address that, we talked about a little bit last night. Is it nonprofit? Is it the private sector? Is it some other level of government? But how do you address that is not always a city employee the face of that solution.
Benefits
Should be on there.
Parks, okay.
overall attractiveness.
I think overall it's the employees. I think the team that they have now, I mean, it's much better than what it was before.
Okay.
I think the attitudes are different. I don't know, I mean, I wasn't here, I've only been here 6 months, but I feel like it's just an overall demeanor of the staff is just different. It's more engaged, right? So, yeah, I think that's the biggest win. To all these other things are great, but if you don't have the people who are going to execute it, who buy into the vision, point.
I'd call it, they're invested.
That leads to process improvement also, even from like a development perspective. It's not perfect, but it's improving. I think it's a benefit that has been demonstrated.
Grow up infrastructure. We just now had our largest construction company. And we've got one right behind it that's going to eclipse that.
Well, and on top of it, another major road, east and west, just completed, just all of those.
Right.
It's hard to find any industry in this country that has such a vast portfolio of services and programs like local government. It is broad, it is vast, it is,
a whole business model.
well, but as Churchill said about democracy, it's the worst form of government on the planet till you compare it to everything else. So local government does have a diverse portfolio, and you have a lot of different business lines, and they're not all one and the same. And I think that's the challenge sometimes in local government is you're both an advocate and a regulator. Some of your employees see people on their worst day.
Right.
Some of your employees have to tell people no. And sometimes the public doesn't like hearing that. Other time, I mean, it's hard to find any industry where people are saying yes and people are saying no, sometimes in the same building about different issues, but from a city employee, so to speak. And I would say about city employees, and the city employees know this well, it's not facilities, equipment, technology that deliver services. It's highly qualified, mission-oriented employees. And as an employer, you're competing for talent. And today, increasingly, people are shopping culture, they're shopping opportunity, they're shopping stability. People in this room shop stability of the governing body. They want to see how well you work together. Because people have choices. I'm just sharing that with you sort of inside baseball. People do shop that. And that's becoming increasingly an opportunity when you have a healthy culture and a stable form of stable council. That can be appealing because not every jurisdiction has that. And it can be a deterrent to talented people who don't want to trade up.
That's to Rishi's comment. Employees in and outside the organization talk.
Right.
And that's what they talk about.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, the community has done a really good job with diversity. Right. You look at our community, it's very diverse, like, based on culture, religion, worship, right? I mean, like you have what, 2 mosques now, a temple here and churches. So I think, that's a big play, right? Like to say, hey, Pearland is a diverse community. So for me, as probably the only person who goes other than a church, it's important.
Yeah, and I think as you see, not that it's always about numbers, but I have this belief that there's a maturation process to a community, and it's not just numbers, it's how they evolve. To some communities, their best days are behind it. They just didn't get the memo. They're not sort of coping and translating changes or challenges into opportunities. They sort of get stuck in the past. So as you look at the communities demographically, economically, socially, ethnically, that's a source of strength. It also portends a different future in some respects for the community, the pockets. We're not so much, as somebody famously once said, we're not so much a melting pot as we are a salad bar. These different pockets and people sort of that identity. So that may present some unique and distinctive opportunities for you as community builders, how you address that and how you bring those people into public policy conversations who may not always feel that government is accessible. Back to the point that was made, how do you make it transparent? More and more cities are providing opportunities in different languages. I have clients, I'm going to be in Colorado in a few weeks. We're doing some public outreach in Spanish. I have clients in California that do it in Mandarin or Arabic. And it's a way that they really want people to feel welcome about public policy. It's not always, we're on this room kind of nerdy. We can all walk into any city hall in this country and feel comfortable, right? But there's some segment of every community that just feels that they don't have that level of accessibility. So how do you bring them into public policy when they don't feel relevant? That's an opportunity, just to share that.
That was related to my process improvement comment. That I feel as though I used to get feedback that the majority of interaction people had with the city were primarily punitive, and now it's shifted. So I think it's a little bit softer approach to government interaction with the public.
Yeah, government tends to traffic in facts and people respond with feelings. So it's like 2 ships passing the night. Mayor and council, you're sort of the arbiter. You're the interpreter trying to staff is supposed to be neutral. That's part of their obligation as a city employee. They're supposed to be neutral. Doesn't mean they're not subjective. Sometimes they do. Obviously, you want the benefit of their expertise, but they can't customize solutions for some segment of the community when it violates an ordinance or a charter or a process or any of those dimensions. It is somewhat egalitarian, and that's sometimes what the public doesn't like. And that's where you often get a call. Well, why can't they do this? It's not that they're trying to be indifferent or to it. It's they're trying to be consistent about the delivery of that. It's always it can be a really big challenge. I would offer to you, and I'm going to post this, that much of the focus today of doing strategic priorities and identifying what you're going to do. Of course.
Like city partnerships, I think, cultivating it, collaboration, stakeholders. Yeah.
Right. And that's going to continue to evolve, right, as a resource. I would offer to you that what these benefits are, the outcomes, is why you're doing the priority setting, because these are not automatic. These are These are fragile in the sense, not to be overly dramatic here. I'm going to move this out of the way. But not that these hang in the balance, but these are not, there's nothing automatic in Pearland. You're a 24/7, 365 multi-million-dollar enterprise. So how do you ensure that these are achieved on a regular basis, consistently with quality? And the priorities help you achieve this. If you take your eye off the ball, that some of these may decline. It's not always overnight. It may be a gradual decline. And it's easy to get distracted, I think, in local government about what the topic of the day is. So all right, I'm going to hand it over to Trent now. He's going to provide you what you didn't do last night. We just couldn't squeeze it in there, about the accomplishments for last year and the plans for 20.
Thank you, Patrick. And thank you. I was remiss in not thanking Megan and Leslie and anyone else we need to thank for getting all this put together and set up. Francis and her team, and then Ron and Victor for helping get us to this point for this morning. So I'm just going to run through some accomplishments. Some of these are calendar year 23, fiscal year 23, kind of blended all those things together. You know, a lot of these include our existing milestones, some of my goals, and then just some other accomplishments on some efforts that we were working on through those things. So I think I got every department covered. If I didn't want to leave you out, but we just have a lot of things we accomplished. And as always, want to kind of sort these out by our strategic priorities, just to always keep it within that framework. So I'll just run through some of these from trusted government. I count last year's strategic planning session as one of our major accomplishments because it's the first time we took it from the very 60,000 foot level of strategic priorities to some milestones that were really more tangible, that then we could go with assign to departments, work with departments to establish the task and efforts and budgetary needs to accomplish those things that tie back to those strategic priorities. So, we had that planning session and developed that staff action plan from that, and they're now tracking as we proceed through completing those milestones. We did a community development reorg to provide that concierge type service for people coming in. We've made that change. That was a priority of council to make that. We were the top workplace USA and the Houston Chronicle for 2023. So that is a reflection of our employees and how they think of the city and us as the employer. So those are huge things to see that, be able to attract new employees, really sing the praises of how this organization works. We reduced turnover by 3%. We completed the 65th North fraud and vulnerability assessment, and really we'll get a report on that coming up from 65th North, but really came through that with what I call flying colors, according to them, based on their experience with many other cities where they've done that fraud risk and vulnerability assessment. Doesn't mean we don't have a lot of things to do when it comes to that, but there was no red flags, no major issues they came across when they went through that. In strong economy, we allocated 20% of the EDC's annual budget towards infrastructure projects that are going to support future economic development and growth within the city to continue to support that. So got that done. We completed the 288 corridor master implementation plan, $30. So did I have to say pears to get my $30? Yep. That included the pears along too. It's on the record. We continue to implement the Lower Kirby Management District master drainage plan, which has really, we're starting to see development in that area accelerate, which is going to bring a lot of value to the city, a lot of taxable value. We completed the update to the Pearland Prosperity Plan just recently and readopted that. So huge accomplishment there. Now we got to get into the implementation of that. And then we launched Work in Pearland. So all those things supporting strong economy. From a safe community standpoint, I believe we have 6 apparatus on order for the fire department. So 6 large apparatus on order. I don't know if we'll ever get any of them. We may retire before all 6
Start trickling in.
Yeah, so
Probably start to see them.
some of us may retire before they all get here, but we do have 6 on order, and that is a huge advancement from where we were a couple of years ago, and have 3 of them in this current year's budget. We brought the certification pay for PD in line with other jurisdictions, so we lagged behind there. We were able to bring that in line with other jurisdictions. We achieved the Texas Chief of Police Association accreditation. And there's only 10% of agencies in the state that's achieved that, so congrats to the chief and his team. We completed additional training and acquired additional equipment for active shooter or those type of situations, making sure we've got equipment in schools. All of our officers have equipment, and they've all had the training to be prepared for that sort of thing. And, you know, unfortunately, we had an event earlier this year that you know, it was good. We've done all those things, and that wasn't any worse than it was, but just want to be prepared and continue to be prepared. We expanded the Flock license plate reader program. We moved into the new animal shelter and adoption center just adjacent to here. Filled it up very quickly, but that's a great new facility, much more conducive to adoption and the great things those folks do than our old facility. We completed this facility, so welcome to our law enforcement training center. We stood up the police academy, how many years ago, Chief? 2, 3, 4, a couple of years ago, and now we've got a home for them to really have a Class A facility to do that. I don't know if everyone got a chance to take a tour when you got here this morning. If you haven't, when we take a break or at the end of the day, take a look around. It's really a top-notch facility. So we completed this. We completed upgrades, expanding our emergency operations center in the public safety building next door. That included redoing the kitchen area because we recognized the last time we had a significant event, it was very difficult to feed 400, 500, 600 people that were operational across the city. So revamped that area as well, and took the old utility billing window areas and revamped that for offices for our Office of Emergency Management. So now they've got their own home as well. After many years of ramping up and getting to there, we finally were able to get to the drone as a first responder program, where we can no longer have to have that line of sight. We can, so that's been launched, and we're continuing to experiment with that and see the effectiveness of that and where we go with that in the future. And then our fire department completed I guess their first 5-year strategic plan, Chief. So first 5-year strategic plan there, huge accomplishment there, to be able to set them up for what their needs are and future success. And as well, the fire department converted to a new ESO software for all the things they do. And that's been successful as well. And then enhancing our high water rescue team training and equipment capabilities. So we got the lifts for the high water vehicles. We did a huge training session last year that it not only included an active training session through our community, but they also went down to Schlitterbahn and did a lot of swift water and high water training with fire, PD, and the public works folks that are involved on those teams. And I believe we got that set up to do that again here soon, very soon. So always wanting to be prepared for those emergency situations like that. And then we just adopted, I think we may have one more reading on the fire code. No, electric code. One more reading on the electric code, but we did update all of our codes to the current codes as we do every few years just recently. So those are all of our safe community things. Sustainable infrastructure, we established the drainage fund and then stood up that in its entirety with a drainage team. So we added personnel equipment as well as contractual dollars to that to be able to inspect and maintain both our open ditch and our underground storm sewer systems on a 10-year rotating basis. That's the current goal. We're monitoring how that's going. And with that, in fiscal year 23, we regraded 18 miles of ditches and cleaned 8.8 miles of the underground storm sewer pipe. So that program is working. We had the successful passage of the 2023 bond program. That was huge. That included a lot of drainage projects that we're going to be rolling out over the next few years that really get into the neighborhoods that still have those drainage issues that have been hard to tackle, as we tackled some of the major drainage issues, the major drainage ways, the major floodplains. Now we can tackle some of those neighborhood issues. We created a standalone utility department, Pearland Water. Have a new director there, David. And with that, we've increased our branding efforts there for Pearland Water. And, I think that's really that's really being effective from an operational standpoint, with our new leadership team there, as well as, helping brand that in the community as we roll out the customer portal that's coming up soon. We completed phase 1 of the train depot renovations, so that sat dormant for many, many years, and we were able to get that useful again, and we'll have a future phase of that as well. We've been upgrading our signal system to current standards, and that includes getting the Opticom system, the signal preemption system up and running, which really helps out with the fire department and their response times. Are we complete with that? Almost close. We're almost there. So spent a lot of the year getting most of that done and just wrapping that up this year. Let's see. We improved our CRS rating, which will help reduce the cost of flood insurance within the city of Pearland. So moved from a 6 to a 5. So a huge accomplishment there with Lorenzo and Raj and their team. And then,
Yes, sir. On the implementation of the rest of, the 23 bond program for drainage, do you anticipate that CRS rating getting even better?
think so, because they changed the way that they
The metrics?
points and everything, and it's more so towards policy implementation, completion of the project.
Okay.
yeah, and I think that they try to move the goalpost on us every time we have to re-up as well. So you got to get better just to stay where you are and get even better than that to improve your rating. And then we secured 50% of the funding for the Hughes Road project through Precinct 2. We completed phase 1 of our SCADA upgrades throughout our wastewater system and continue that with the lift stations now. And then some of the key CIP projects that have been completed: McCard Road, Wesley Drainage, the Shadow Creek Ranch sidewalk extensions, and then multiple lift station projects as well, rehabilitations there.
So that's Lorenzo. So what you're saying is if we just pass a bunch of policy and don't do anything, we could improve ratings?
No, that's what.
Okay.
I think we have to prove that we're doing those things that we put in our policies.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Rating scale work. What is it, like 1 to 10? What is it?
That's 10 to 1. One's the best.
Thank you.
So that's everything in sustainable infrastructure. So resilient finances. I think the biggest accomplishment there was actually getting a FY23 budget put together with all the challenges going into that budget. So we mitigated all those holdover impacts from the previous budget where we had the assessed value tax valuation error. And again, thanks to our team for holding the line, we held expenditures to about a 1.5% increase in that. And at the same time, we did do a lot to take care of our people in a high inflationary period. We've also completed the corrective action plan for our audit findings, and we're in the midst of audit this year and looking forward to completing that process. We achieved the milestone of 10 qualifying tournaments, opening the door for the CVB funds to be able to make park improvements where we host those at our facilities where we host tournaments. So we hit that milestone to be able to open up those funds for the park projects. We updated our debt service model and forecast when we were looking at the TERS reimbursements we're getting for all the TERS projects. We updated that to incorporate that, as well as some restructuring and some other things we did. And that dropped our forecast for debt service by about 4.25 cents when we did all those things back in early calendar year 23. And then we funded the expansion and a big chunk of the future operating cost of the Hickory Slough Sportsplex with the PEDC fund. So all those things, I think, fall under resilient finances as far as accomplishments. And then whole community, we completed reaccreditation for our Parks and Recreation Department, completed the Ed Thompson Inclusive Park. We converted the baseball fields at Shadow Creek Sports Complex, converted the infields to the turf infields. So those are flexible now between baseball and softball and allow us to get back on and play on those much quicker after weather events. We replaced the pedestrian bridge at Wood Creek Park. We had hosted or had 15 community-wide events with approximately over 110,000 people attendance at all those events throughout the year. And then we updated our Parks and Rec annual report. You just saw that recently in a Thursday packet to much more of a business report with financial data, metrics, cost recovery, much more cost recovery analysis. So that was the annual report, and then you'll see that in their quarterly business reports going forward. So that covers whole community. So I'll run through a few things planned for 2024 and moving forward. And again, based on our strategic priorities, milestones, and our approved budgetary items. And these aren't new to anybody, but just want to run through them just so that we're all in alignment and same page as to what we're working on. So trusted government, is update, rollout, and train on new customer service standards. Many years ago, we had customer service standards within the city that were pretty universal. Those have kind of fallen by the wayside over the years. So we're going to refresh those, retrain on those, and really get our customer service what we expect from our folks so that the community sees consistent, repetitive, and good customer service. So setting those customer service standards, training and rolling those out. Then developing a roadmap for our overall customer service that includes a call center, how we handle things that come in, how we make sure those are addressed and responded to. And that really rolls into our customer service standards as well, as far as how we respond, how quickly we respond back, and how we make sure that we close the loop on all those things. Implementing the recommendations from the 65th North study assessment, which we mentioned a minute ago. Beginning the UDC update project. That's a huge endeavor we'll be looking at this year. Trying to not only do that, but fold in recommendations out of the Old Town study, fold in, and what'll fold into some of the Old Town study is the analysis of our 518 analysis we're doing with HGAC and TxDOT. So just a lot of plans that kind of fold in together. And then completing the implementation of the CityWorks PLL. So that is the software that replaces Trackit over in community development. So if you've ever tried to use Trackit, it's not the easiest thing to use. It's not super user-friendly. It's probably the opposite of super user-friendly. But CityWorks PLL should be rolled out in August, Vance, and replace that and really create a much easier place for folks to go to when they need to pull a permit from us. So strong economy, some of the things we're working on is, we just adopted the new Pearland Prosperity Plan, which really sets PEDC's top priorities as attract, retain, and expand companies and infrastructure. So those are really the top things there. So we'll be working with a lot of departments. We're just kicking off the implementation plan that assigns out all the major initiatives in that. Some of those are EDC led, some of those are other department led, some of those are Chamber of Commerce led, but we've got those all assigned out. We'll start working on that as we move forward. Again, under strong economy, complete and adopt the Pearland 2040 comp plan. And that's going to include additional public input that we're working on right now, as well as additional council input that we're working on right now, so that we can get make sure we've got that comp plan update aligned with where we are today. And then beginning the Old Town revitalization study. So that's out for RFPs right now, and we'll get that project started very soon. Under Safe Community, we're evaluating and developing a long-term plan to consolidate our fire and police dispatching. I believe we've got that RFP is out right now as well, so working on that. We're going to continue the 2023 bond program. That's especially focused on drainage projects, but to continue to prosecute that program on the 5-year schedule we have laid out before us, and wrap up the 2019 program, which I believe we've got all the projects underway at this as well. And then lost my place. So safe community, improving our emergency readiness. So, we added some additional training this year. We just hosted a big additional training recently, and then we're also evaluating certification pay for emergency operations training. So if people, there's a lot of training that goes into that. There's a lot of roles we have to fill in the incident management team. And, as people turn over, we lose people that have gone through those trainings. So we're always trying to train additional people up. It does take a lot of time. It does take a lot of additional effort. It does take time away from what we have to do on a day-to-day basis. So one of the things we're looking at is if people achieve certain trainings or complete those certain trainings, that then we're able to put them in positions on the incident management team. We're looking at the possibility of, do we tie some certification pay to that, just to encourage more people to be there, build our bench strength, so that we're ready for the next emergency. And then continue active attack training. PD's continuing to work on that, and then complete the installation of the signal preemption that we mentioned just a minute ago. Sustainable infrastructure. First one I've got here is completing the Pearland Water Customer Service Portal implementation. So we talked extensively and in detail about that a few weeks ago. And I'm happy to report that the AMI system has achieved that 95% and above read rate, 7-day read rate. I think we were up to 5 days ago today, but it looks like it's still running strong. And it's really, I think we're higher than that. We're somewhere in the 97+% range. So we believe we are there on that. We've got the Paymentus contract underway, so we've got to implement that, and then we can roll out the portal. So looking forward to that. And it's been that's been one of the longest, hardest projects and most difficult things to pull across the finish line. But
Black hair 5 years ago.
get there. What's that?
You had black hair 5 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know about 5 years ago, but I definitely had it before I started here.
Yeah, when I first met you.
So sustainable infrastructure, continue the traffic signal recapitalization project. We have a ton of traffic signals and still have a lot of those that are older technology, or the old span wires that have to be restrung every 10 years or so. And so we'll continue that program, continue all the bond programs that we still have open, implementing the 2023 bond sidewalk gap and recapitalization program. So we got our CIP discussion coming up on transportation, and I can't remember what the other one we're doing this coming up, drainage.
Transportation.
We may not talk a whole lot about drainage because we got a lot of transportation things in front of us. But one of the things is that we're going to talk about rolling that program out, what that's going to look like. Now that we have our data coming in from IMS that did our assessment of roads and sidewalks. And then starting the master drainage plan update. We're doing that in conjunction with EDC as well as DD4. One of the things there that's kind of a precursor to that is FEMA is working through updating our firms, flood insurance rate maps. And it probably makes sense to let that run its course and get those updated maps, and then go through that process of updating the master drainage plan. Implementing a proactive safety program in Pearland Water. That's one of the major initiatives that David, when he came in, took a look at what we were doing and needing to implement that, as well as creating an asset reliability team for Pearland Water. So those efforts are underway. We've got a new team member over the safety program, as well as we had the team in this week that's working with us on the asset reliability side of things, which is really taking city works for our plants, water and wastewater, kind of to the next level. So we've implemented City Works, and this is different than Vance's City Works that replaces Track It. This is City Works that does our asset management. We've got our pipes, and we're using it for drainage and sidewalks and streets and all those and then all the associated work orders. And then we got to take it to the next level in the plants, which is getting to the major plant components, pumps and blowers and electrical components and things like those. So working through those. We've got, we're going to complete the next phase of the SCADA project this year over in Pearland Water. We're going to complete the surface water treatment plant. Let's see, David's, we get the filtration racks in this week.
Wasn't yet to do.
So we should be producing water here very shortly, and then that goes through all of its testing project. We've produced water all the way up to the filtration. So that's the next piece, and that should be up and running in the next week or so. And then we'll complete the JHEC wastewater reclamation facility expansion and rehab. And then we'll get started. We'll jump right into the next one. We'll get started on the Berry Rose project. And then we'll have Smith Ranch Road over here under construction here very soon. Actually out for bids. So the way TxDOT works when you're working with TxDOT on road projects is they write you a letter, right, Lorenzo? And the letter says you're authorized to bid this project out. So you bid it out, and then there's one more letter that has to come from FHWA that says you can move forward, and it's supposed to come in while that happens. And somewhere between TxDOT and FHWA didn't come in. TxDOT only lets you extend a bid so long, so we had to cancel that bid. We'll re-advertise and bid again. And they promised us to get the letter out of FHWA this time.
Think we'll get lucky and the price goes down?
I'm just hoping whoever was going to bid on it the first time comes back. We'll bid it on it the second time. First time that's happened to us, I think. Every other time that FHWA letter came through, but it will be under construction this year. And then we're going to continue with the Public Works and Pearland Water, the Hill House and the Orange Street facilities to get all of those team members in modern, efficient, good facilities. We're going to continue those projects as well. So resilient finances, we got a comprehensive review of our compensation to ensure we're keeping up with the market that Lorraine and her team are working through right now. We'll have those results, so that'll inform our budget. We're going to complete our annual financial audit on time with no repeat findings.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this has been from where we were Monday with Amy and her team and Victor working with them with the auditors to where we were Friday. I think we light years past.
It was a rough week, but we got it done.
So things are going well with the new auditors, and we continue to work through that. One of the new things we're working through is complete a financial analysis of all the in-city MUDs and even one of the out-of-city MUDs. Just taking a look at those from a standpoint of the MUD rebates, as well as developing a long-range plan to collapse those MUDs and or eliminate the rebates. So we had 4 MUDs that, based on their last year's tax rate, dropped significantly because the values jumped up so high. There's no longer rebates going to those once we got back through the legal interpretations of those utility agreements. So that's a huge thing from an operational and a debt service budget standpoint on both the water side and the general fund side. And so with that, we're looking at how do we collapse additional MUDs and how soon can that happen? Especially the ones where we've got rebates, and then we've got, and especially, and even more especially, the ones where the rebate doesn't go away. How many, Victor, we got 3 or 4 of them that, or Joel, 4, that the rebate never goes away until we collapse that MUD. So we got to figure out how to get to the end of those things as well. So putting together, kind of a strategic plan on how we do that based on a financial analysis. We're going to deliver a balanced, sustainable budget that addresses the strategic priorities, as well as we'll also deliver one that is based on the no new revenue, and see how many of our strategic priorities we can't accomplish when we pull everything back to the no new revenue. But again, well, it's going to be based on strategic priorities and based on making sure it's balanced and it is sustainable for the future. We're working through updating our contract with GCWA, Gulf Coast Water Authority, our raw water contract. So we're getting pretty close to the end of that. So we'll be bringing that forward. That's going to change some things moving forward. As far as the second 10 MGD we have available to us for an expansion of the surface water treatment plant, with the annexation laws changing, we don't necessarily ourselves need all that water. So at the same time, we're continuing conversation with adjacent municipalities regarding us being a regional water provider and how all that works together. So, and then we're always pursuing grant opportunities for public safety, for capital projects, and everything else we do. Working with Joel and his team to bring those outside dollars to leverage our limited resources. And then last but not least, whole community. We're developing our athletic strategic plan to maximize facility usage as well as cost recovery. And that includes revamping the RSA program and the fees associated with that. So it's in the midst of, we're working on that. How far away are we getting from recommendations?
Just received another draft yesterday. So when we started into the plan, they dove a lot deeper than what we originally expected, so it's taking a little bit longer, but we're really pleased with where this is going. We want to make sure, because while we're making policies that were created 20 years ago, we want to make sure that they speak us into very long ways into the future. So we want to get it right. So we're taking the time to do that because it impacts a lot of people. So I don't want to like say 1 month. I don't want to say 2 weeks, but I just got another draft that we're very pleased with. I just got that on Friday, so we're getting close.
Good. And it's a process, and I think the ultimate goal there is that we have those fees updated as well as the policies when we roll into the next budget. So
we're still on track for rolling this out at the beginning of all of those fall season programs. So that's when we'll look.
Thank you.
What is the interval moving forward to examine the fees on an ongoing basis? Is it going to be?
That's part of the program.
I'm assuming that's it. I mean, we look at our fees every year. I don't know, we really move our fees every year. There's always a reluctance to move fees, no matter what they are, whether they're community development related or they're water and sewer fees, or their fees for fields, or what it costs to get a membership at the rec center. Always a hesitancy to move those, but I think we have to examine those every year.
Time to CIP, some component of.
So we have talked about water and sewer rates. Do you tie those to a CPI? That follows generally what it costs to produce, sell, and recover and clean water. Is there a CPI that we can tie that to? And basically that is built into our rates moving forward. And then as capital projects or other things based on our model, say, kick it up a little bit from that, then do that. But we have something built in there so that we're always, basically keeping up with inflation on those kind of costs. I'm not saying we do that across the board, but, water and sewer is one of the areas we're looking at that's just kind of key to make sure you're doing that. And you're not, as we did in the past, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then you got to do 15, 16, back to 0, 5, 0. Now we're back at 15 and 17.
I have a question that might be better asked some another time, but I'm going to try anyway. For the fees for the fields, is that something that Parks will manage, or will an individual manage? It seems like an individual has managed that in the past, possibly.
As far as what the fees are,
The collection of the fees that has been managed by someone else in the past, or control?
setting up the rate.
No, so that's a Parks and Recreation function, and we adopt all of those fees in the annual fee ordinance. One of the things that we've done with our fees is the entire Texas Recreation Parks Association has an East region. And within that East region, we started meeting with all of our counterparts in athletics to make sure that, one, we're looking at our cost recovery, but then also that we're looking at what the market will sustain and what everyone else is doing. But every year, we award different sports associations a user agreement, and then we collect those fees from them. But all those fees are based off of what we set and what we establish as the current rate fees.
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
think any details along those lines, if we change something, come about from the study, so.
Thank you.
Just wrapping things up, under whole community, we are doing the Centennial Park restrooms. Again, that's because we did the 10 tournaments and CVB is able to pay for that. We published the quarterly, we're going to be publishing the quarterly business reports for Parks and Rec, and then establishing some citizen stakeholder groups for the 2023 bond programs in parks. So the Hickory Slough expansion and the next phase of Independence Park, establishing those citizen stakeholders groups to support those efforts. So lots of stuff there that we've accomplished, a lot of stuff on our plate. And like I talked about last night, this is part of that planning session where we examine, are we doing the right things now? Do we need to change what we're doing? Do we need to tweak what we're doing? Do we need to add to what we're doing? Do we need to drop any of the things we're doing? So just wanted to set the stage there and get it back over to Patrick now. So, thank you.
I think it's fair to say that the city's most precious resource is not money, it's time. On what do you want Trent and the staff to spend their time? And he just provided an excellent overview about what's been accomplished and what's on the horizon. And it doesn't take long to be on council to realize some of these are ongoing concerns. You're in the business of doing it. So by discussing it every year is not a sort of a criticism or an indictment that you're not making progress. Some of these are part and parcel of what you're doing on a regular basis, as well as some of the other items are multi-year. And then they're project centric. They're not really practice or policy or program centric. And think of today too, I meant to mention this is not a deficit closing strategy session. This is to capitalize on your strengths, of which you have many. One of the reasons you're successful is because you invest time doing this. I worked with a lot of cities around the country. One of the things they share is they share a focus on trying to be intentional. There's a lot of cities, we all know some of those cities, they think that the solution to all their problems is more money. But you can double the budget, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to address these things more effectively. So being intentional about what you're doing helps you be more disciplined. Then you're achieving things by design, not by sort of happenstance. So before we get into the milestones, two other dimensions, I'm going to get them on the agenda here. I'm under today's date, the 24th. On item 2 is what's your legacy? And I wanted to ask the mayor and council to share with the rest of us sort of not their campaign speech, but what prompted them to even run for office? What gives them a sense of satisfaction? What do you want to be remembered for? And it's not about vanity, it's about impact. Some elected officials aren't remembered for anything. Some are remembered for things they'd prefer not to be remembered for. But when you think about when you're saying you're closing out your term, whatever it might be, and you're among friends and colleagues and employees, and what do you want to feel as though you had an impact about? I think what we'll find in this is you have a lot more in common than you don't about what prompts you to not only to run, but what prompts you to stay in office and continue to contribute, because it's a big sacrifice, not only of you, but your family. Not only today, but late meetings or a regional effort or going up to Austin or doing things. And when you're out to dinner with your family, if you don't put parameters on your life, other people will invade that regularly, and that can drain you. And in a community this size that's just getting larger, you're highly visible. People that you don't know you. So that's what I mean about sacrifice and having boundaries on your life. You're not up for consumption every day. The other thing is when you walk into City Hall, you're no longer a resident. You're an elected official. So when you talk to staff, the way they interpret that is direction. And that's sometimes a delicate dance when people first get elected. They want to walk in and I'm just a citizen. Yeah, and you're an elected official. So the conversation has an entirely different dimension and level of gravity when you talk with a staff member, either in City Hall or at a public event. I hope that you can just appreciate that sense of delicacy to that. Staff wants to please you. So when you're talking to them at something, they want to be able to say yes or be responsive. Sometimes it's not within their wheelhouse to be able to do that. It can create an awkward position. So whoever on council wants to share just a couple of minutes, not recite your resume or your campaign speech, but what do you want to be remembered for? What got you to run? What gives you a sense of satisfaction?
I was itching. So.
Not to be remembered by, but why I ran for office. So, for me, it's not where Pearland is today, tomorrow, but where are we going to be in the future? So I will probably say this throughout this session is long-term economic sustainability. Where are we going to be in 30 years? Will this be a place where my children would want to come back to live and raise a family?
You're making decisions that have long-term impacts. And I think that's a lot. Yes.
And mine's long-term also, and I do care about the economic sustainability, obviously, but mine's also environmental. I ran because of the way I see the planning going in Pearland. I want green space. I want to preserve green space in Pearland. I don't want to see every inch developed. I don't want, I care about things like, I wore my butterfly earrings today. Things like, I did that for a reason. I care about pollinators. I care about the kind of pesticides we use. I care about green space. I care about the future, what we're doing for with the environment, with our city, not just how it looks, but sustainability, flooding, long-term. I know this does, and you said we all, we might all have the same goals. I don't think everybody cares about this like I do. I think there's a couple of people that might, but not everybody, and that's fine. But I think if everybody with kids or future grandkids, it's going to matter. It is going to matter. What we do today to the city is going to matter. And I would like for that to be, even if it's ridiculed or, not important to some, in the long run, I think it will matter. Thanks.
Yeah, Mayor.
I do my why speech for the new employees all the time, so it's this is fairly simple. Why do I do what I do? Why do I get up every morning and go do it? And it leads to the legacy that you want to leave behind. I grew up in this community, lived here for almost 47 years. My wife, born and raised here, and we had every opportunity in the world to be successful in front of us with a community that truly cared and loved the community. And I want that same opportunity for my kids and my grandkids, your kids, your grandkids, and everyone across the city. No matter who you are, no matter the color of your skin, no matter your economic statement in life or anything like that. So, one of the things that I want to be known for is making sure that the next generation is always invested in. So making sure the partnerships with our school districts and our community colleges and all of those types of things are second to none. So we have and create those opportunities for people to work here, not just live here, but also work here, which brings in their quality of life with their own family and those opportunities and rolling over and over and over. And having a community at the end, when it's all said and done, that we can all be proud of. So.
Thanks, Mayor.
I'll tell you mine is affordability. I find it's getting out of, I haven't been here as long as most of them, but the time I've spent from where I saw when I came to now, I find that Pearland's become very expensive in every sort of way. And I know we can blame inflation and a lot of things. But I think affordability is getting out of reach for a lot of people, right? And so a lot of people I see are moving further south. And I think it's kind of sad. We don't have a diverse, affordable place to live. And I think that's probably my biggest reason.
All right. Yes.
I guess, my 3 girls, I want them to be safe and enjoy growing up here. I want them to live here and be able to afford to live here in the future. And I want it to have the values that I was raised in and that we're raising my girls in now. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll jump in.
Okay, thank you.
When I first decided to run, it was because I was disgruntled and I did not care for interactions with the city whatsoever. It was just not a pleasant experience. And so that was my impetus there. But I think it's evolved And I think I've had several conversations where I've said, really at the end of the day, I show up because I fundamentally believe that the role of government at every level should be to improve the lives of the people it serves. And to me, this is kind of an experiment almost, to be able to see where we can make those improvements. Local government is the most responsive, so it makes sense to try to do those experiments where they can have the immediate impact. And I think that, talking about legacy, if I leave or I'm found in a ditch tomorrow,
I don't know what that means.
okay, I'll be happy with the progress that we've made. I think that we're trending in the right direction. A lot of the things that Trent mentioned at the beginning of this meeting were really in line with what I was hoping to see the city do whenever I was walking out the door. I never intended to be here for 20, 30 years. I wanted to come in very quickly and cleanly, say what I, think should be done. And whether people agree or don't agree, hopefully we can find some overlap there and move things forward. I think we've done that as a council. This is a part of that. So I'm happy with a lot of the things that are happening now. And I had a conversation with Trent that my involvement in this process has dramatically shifted my perspective on government and the level of distrust that I came in with. There's still some, I walk in and I don't fully understand the motivation behind every decision and, whatever, but I'm getting there to where, I'm understanding that it is really a people-driven process. And if we're driving the right values, as Tony said, values are very important. If we're driving the right values and we're bringing the right people on, then we can build a government that serves people and doesn't, constantly just be seen as taking and hindering.
Yeah, I think every day you're operationalizing your values in the decisions you make about public policy. You're making choices, and those choices are often rooted in the community's heritage, its history, and you're in the people business. I think we can all appreciate that. Sometimes government can come off a little obtuse about that, a little abstract, because it's saying no sometimes to people. But a word we don't use a lot in government, I think that is important, especially in today's world, is empathy. It's acknowledging where people are coming from, listening to understand, not just listening to reply. Even if you have to tell people no sometimes, it's trying to help them, enlist them in this journey, because people volunteer to live here. You volunteer to serve, staff volunteers to work here, businesses volunteer to invest here. So people are here by choice, not by chance. And I think recognize that's kind of looking at volunteers through a different prism. But I think when you recognize that, then people automatically have skin in the game. There's a saying, nobody washes a rental car because they don't own it. And I think to your point, which is a great example, it exemplifies the notion that you're now immersed in the process. And there's a little of inside baseball there, right? You can start to see it from a different vantage point. Sometimes the public doesn't always have that benefit. We're all in this room kind of nerdy about government. We're just that way. We all share that. But sometimes the public, they're busy raising their families, running their lives, running their business, and they sometimes just don't acknowledge. Not a bad thing. But I think that's what's happening in communities, especially high growth communities, is how do they engage and enlist people so they understand that these are not automatic. There are people who want to turn government into a vending machine. They only want to pay for what they get. And it's hard to build a community with that mindset where they shrink it. You can shrink the cost of government. Doesn't mean and I would ask you, are you in the cost business or are you in the value business? You can lower the cost of government. That's not hard to do. I'm simplifying that, but I think people are here about the value. And I would even offer employees aren't paid to work, they're paid to add value. What value are they adding to your point, to improving the quality of life? Those are making choices. And so there was somebody else said, yes.
One other thing I forgot to say, Joseph, you can go last.
Okay.
But one other thing another reason I ran is apparently, and he mentioned the diversity, apparently it's one of the most diverse cities, but our council didn't reflect that always. And there hadn't been a woman on council in 10 years, and that bothered me. So I thought we needed some representation. So now we got Mona also. So with our two new council members, I think that it's more reflective now of our population than it has been in the past.
And I would say the diversity of your all background is a source of strength for you to make better public policy decisions. How you blend those perspectives is always a testament to your character. Yes, it's always nice to be around people that think like us, but we often don't make better decisions, especially as a governing body. Sometimes we all do this, we can become myopic almost unconsciously. So when you're listening to different people's points of view, how do you blend those points? You know what a camel is, right? A camel is a horse by committee. So you don't want to dilute your decision making, because sometimes that's what governments do. They dilute, or if you've ever seen a logo by committee, they're hideous. There's no unifying message. I call that the kitchen sink syndrome. Everybody threw something in there. Sometimes vision statements are like that. I'm just sharing that with you. So as you blend perspectives, you're all voting based on conviction. But if everything's a priority, it's hard to reconcile that when you make good public policy decisions, because you're all approaching it with passion and vigor. How you reconcile those points of view is going to be critical to you making good decisions going forward, because those decisions don't wait. Right? These issues in this, as we're about to get into, these issues that they don't wait till you're ready. They come and crash the door and say, we RSVP, did you get it? Whether it's growth, economic, social, environmental, they just keep putting pressure on you. So yes, Councilman.
So, for me, out of all of us, I'm here the longest. I've seen the most change. Out of 1,500 people here. I mean, we're at about 130, 140 right now. So, through that, we've become very diverse compared to what it was then. So through the changes and whatnot, I personally ran because the council prior to me were going in a direction I felt was wrong, and I wanted to make a change back to a division where, you know, I felt brought it back a little bit, and that's why I ran.
Anybody in here like to, Mayor?
Hey, you mentioned something earlier about how residents, they're going about living their lives and don't necessarily know or up to date on the inner workings of what we're doing as a city, right? So running 4 years ago, I adopted this. Somebody told me this, and I've adopted it. Staff has heard me say it 100 times, but people don't know what they don't know. Doesn't make them ignorant, bad people or anything. They just don't know what they don't know. And so our job, part of our job, is to educate them on what we know. It doesn't make us smarter. Doesn't mean that we have all the answers, but we do know inner workings of what we're doing, or the reasons certain decisions are made, which means you have to stop and engage and have those interactions from time to time where, and generally speaking, in those interactions that I've had, people have a better understanding of where we are. Doesn't necessarily mean that they like a certain thing or what we charge here or what we do here, but they better understand it. And so, the more we can educate the public, I think the better we are as a whole total city. So I wanted to make sure that that's on the table.
Yeah, and I think when we think about us, all of us, when we were growing up, how did we learn the values? Did we read a manual, or did we watch our parents? Did we watch places of worship? Did we look at institutions and our friends and all that? Other entities sort of influenced us. And I would offer to you that Mayor and Council, you're really the community storytellers. Often learn how do people learn things? Do they read manuals? Do they watch other people? We're all anthropologists, right? We learn from watching other people or hearing stories. You think about it, you have a wonderful story to tell, both collectively and individually. How you tell that story and to who is sometimes the opportunity to broker that message. And keep it in mind, you're not the audience for your message. If there's anything that's a legitimate criticism of government as an industry, it talks a lot in acronyms, right? And which can be intimidating to people. I mean, that's shorthand. Staff person talking to another staff person on an acronym, that's cool, that's shorthand. But when you're talking to the public, as you said, Mayor, you're not the audience for your message, and it can be intimidating. The jargon, the vernacular. So how do you recalibrate that message so people understand what you're trying to articulate to them, and more importantly, what you're hearing from them? So let me use this example as we get into the trends. How many of you like to assemble puzzles? Any puzzle assemblers in here? Anybody really good at the edges? 1,000-piece puzzle to the Grand Canyon, you got the edges, 800 pieces in the middle. How many of you have children, or you're still into Legos? Right, into Legos? Usually find them in the middle of the night, on the way to the bathroom or something, find your Lego. I want you to think about something here. Puzzles are soothing. We know the answer. Look at the cover of the box. Legos, you're only limited by your imagination. When you think the future of this community, is the future written for you or by you? The puzzle is written for you. It's predetermined as an outcome. I'm not saying it's easy to assemble that puzzle, because it can still be challenging, but you know the answer. So I know nobody in here has control issues at all, not in this room, not at all. But how you liberate yourself and recognize that really it's Lego bricks and you're only limited by your imagination, I think that's liberating. It's exciting, it's exhilarating, it's also stressful. And when you look at building the community, I would offer to you, there's at least, continually building a community, there's at least two ways of thinking about it and how you process decisions. And they're not better or worse, they're just different. Sometimes this is the thought process. There's an issue, I'm abbreviating here. Here's an opportunity, here's a challenge. People get to the answer. Finance people are like this. Raise your hand if you're in finance. Engineering people are like this. Raise your hand if you're an engineer. Engineers and finance people get along really well because to them, it's a high degree of precision and accuracy.
Bottom line.
Very much so. You want to hear from the engineer, not that the bridge might hold. I think it'll work. You want it is science to that, correct? Or closing the books, what have you. This is called convergent thinking. The answer. Another way of thinking, not better or worse, just different. Here's an issue, here's an opportunity, here's a challenge. Here's an answer, here's another answer, here's another answer, here's another answer, here's another answer. Never ask an attorney a yes or no question. Never ask an HR professional a yes or no question. Never ask a planner a yes or no question. Why? What's their refrain? It depends. They're contextual thinkers. This is called divergent thinking. I've seen for a long time councils trip up because they're trying to look for the perfect solution to a public policy issue. The fact is, I doubt there's very many perfect solutions to deal with public policy. You get lots of options. It's divergent thinking. Now, that's both liberating, you have a lot of options, and you're trying to determine which is the most appropriate for your community. But I would just encourage you to think about today is a little bit of making spaghetti. You're going to throw a lot of things up on the wall to see what sticks. We're going to do surgery, but at first it's going to be a little bit of spaghetti. Try not to arrive at the solution too fast, because I know some of you are already there. But embrace the process to listen to other colleagues, and you might refresh, refine, revisit some of your own assumptions in order to get there. This is sometimes where conflict happens among council. People are already there. This is exactly what we should do. And they double down and they reaffirm their own point of view. Like there's the solution. And I'm just encouraging you to think about it as you approach these, not to belabor the point, right? Not to get lost in the process, but to say, okay, we have a couple options. Which do we think is the most agreeable to this council? How much do we want to bite off? How much do we want to finance? How aggressive do you want to be? Some of it's about that. Well, you've not done that before. Well, maybe it's time to be more aggressive. I don't know. But you're standing on the shoulders of your predecessors who didn't always take the path of least resistance. That's exciting, right? And people are going to look back in your time on council and say, did they grab this and really move with it and not be trendy in that sense, but really try to make good public policy decisions about the near term, short term, and long term. Because some of this, the further out we go, the more ambiguous it is. I just encourage you to think about that. And before we get into the milestones, just wanted to go through the trends, which is on page 4. And I put a diagram together. It's called Examine the Present and the Future. I'm just going to share with you my perspective. Trent has some that he wants to share as well. But when you think about what's on the horizon, some of it's uncertain. There's fads and there's trends. Fads are hiccups. Sometimes fads are I like to say are the things in the back of your closet. When you see them, you say, why did I buy this? Then you remember that's what the back of the closet is for. Right? We sort of got caught up in the fad. But trends. And in the middle of this storm is an acronym called VUCA, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I'm going to share with you my version, then ask for feedback from all of you. It's important to acknowledge these trends because there's both constraints and opportunities in these. And these are not always crystal clear. At the top, politics and citizen activism. Is that increasing or decreasing in this community? Increasing? More voices? In person? Online?
Social media?
Social media, definitely.
All of the above.
Probably,
I mean, it was on next door. It must be true.
for sure.
A lot of gossip and graffiti online, right? So we're seeing, and most cities saw an uptick during COVID with their attendance at council meetings that were all virtual. You love that people are participating. And we all love that, right? People are immersed, they understand it. It's just, it creates more stress. And as you trend younger, which you are, right? Demographically, I think you're going to see more voices come to the table that are not going to be accepting of, oh yeah, I think they're going to probably be more persistent. just if research shows us. COVID-19 going clockwise, we're still feeling the impacts of that in some way, shape, or form. The economic impacts of that, some businesses didn't survive, especially smaller businesses that were not well capitalized. Commercial real estate market, been somewhat turned upside down, has it not? I think it's interesting. Every week, another Fortune 500 CEO comes out, publicly proclaims they're going to require all their employees to come back to work. They end up eating those words not shortly thereafter. Remote work, hybrid work, call it what you want. It was a game changer. COVID accelerated it. We're not going back. That's just one dimension. So habits change. We're 4 years into it. So
So the hybrid model,
absolutely,
I think it's here to stay.
it is. And and government in a way is going at it, forging it on its own. You cannot look to the high tech industry because the last time I checked, nobody at Intel is getting out at 2 a.m. to fix a water main break. They're not a 24/7, 365 manual labor organizational structure. Government is unique in that sense, that it has knowledge workers and manual workers. So when you're looking at hybrid work, there's really no industry that has that sort of that vast portfolio. You say, well, they're doing it at, health, even healthcare has unique challenges. So that's happening. The economy or consumption habits, how does that change? Amazon is now the second world's largest retailer after Walmart. They were a pitch perfect business model for a pandemic. Pretty interesting, just to how they're evolving, but our consumption habits have changed.
And it should change how we view the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Big box retailers, future, all of those kind of things. Service industry is one thing.
Retail. Yeah, if you see Walmart, they're not at building more stores. They're building more distribution houses. They're going after Amazon and Temu, the newest player in that game. If you don't know what Temu is, look it up. You notice they were the biggest advertiser during the Super Bowl, which, by the way, was won by my hometown Chiefs, if you want to talk about them. Mayor jumped on that bandwagon real quick. Shifting demographics.
I'm on my home jersey.
The shifting demographics. In the United States,
VUCA stands for.
volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity.
When you think about generational diversity, I mean, the whole, I have college kids, DoorDash
Yes.
and all of that whole industry has changed.
4 years ago, none of us knew what curbside pickup was. Now it's part of our language. So our habits have changed, consumption has changed, retail has changed. If you're going to open a restaurant today, you want more sit-down service, more carry-out, more outdoor dining. A lot of cities, they had to deal with that. Sidewalks, outdoor dining, all of those sorts of challenges. Some were hiccups, some portended change. So our economy and it's constantly evolving. Think about the diversification of your economy here in Pearland. Retail, restaurants, all that. Shifting demographics in the United States alone, there's 76 million boomers, 50 million Xers, 77 million millennials, and 82 million Gen Z, what I call centennials, 82 million. So young people today under birth of the century, actually the largest demographic alive today.
And here locally, I mean, we're majority minority city.
What's the median age of this community?
30, Matt, do you know that? 35?
And I would bet that's trending younger from 2010.
It's
Trended younger and started.
flat. It's in the mid 30s, off the top of my head.
But still, people of that age, right?
You mentioned several times we're trending younger, but from the school district demographics, I don't think we are, so. I don't think your younger families can afford to live here. So I don't know that we're necessarily trending younger.
I think we have, but it's really flattened for sure.
Well,
See that.
And younger people are also delaying having children longer, are they not? So when you think about young people today, babies born today may never drive a car. People under 20, like my son, will never write an email. People under 35 will never write a check.
Yes.
My kids don't have a checkbook.
No, and if you have a teenager today or you're trying to start a bank account, they don't even get checks. They just get a debit card. The days of checks they're over. And my prediction is if you can bank on your phone, when are you going to be able to vote on your phone?
Yeah, for sure.
Young people are going to say, what's the mail and why do I have to wait in line? And if you know people in the armed forces, they've been voting by computer for decades through computers at overseas armed force bases. So the notion of privacy and access and technology It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So when we see young people beyond the labels and beyond the fun we have with it, it's also their appetites and attitudes. So demographics portend just different. We were talking about a little bit that last night. I watched Victor and I were talking about my son's 18. Kids don't watch television. Anybody want to own a network today? Kids don't watch TV. They watch their news or whatever they want on their phone for as long as they want, when they want. And you think about their consumption habits when it comes to government. In a way, the world is at their fingertips. So they're bringing items halfway across the world to, what are you doing about it? What are we going to do about it here? That's probably going to trend even more. Service delivery, department directors know this well. That's changing dramatically. What they do and how they do it online. You're a 24/7, 365 operation. Why do I have to come to City Hall to do something? If you were to track the zip codes of hits to your website, you might be surprised of the zip codes of what people are accessing, especially around development services. They need an answer in the West Coast. It's 2:00 there. You guys I'm just sharing that, right? It's not a criticism. It's to say you're a 24/7, 365. And in some respects, the city is a convenience store. People are doing it because they have to. Why do I have to come down? I'm amazed how many cities still take checks, but they don't take Venmo. And again, it goes back to how modern is the organization in attracting that. Yes, there'll be people that still want to write a check. Right? That's what they do, but there's an increasing number. You can't even pay for parking at meters anymore, right? How do you pay for parking? It's an app on your phone. That's becoming more common. Legislation, legal, one thing you never want to make in local government is case law. You don't want to be the default case, right? Is the defining case. The state legislature, how's the relationship between the cities and the state in Texas?
March.
That's because next month.
You need to talk to your colleagues in California. They have a long history of that. Pardon me?
It's a love-hate relationship.
Loves. Yeah, I was gonna say, describe the love.
It's just a love-hate relationship.
So last year, and I have a lot of clients in California, and there was a legislative bill called SB 9, Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 10, essentially getting rid of single-family zoning and requiring ADUs on property, applied dwelling units. The League of California has sued the state on behalf of cities. I'm just sharing with you that this is not unique to Texas. The relationship, whether it's about home rule, whether it's about zoning, whether it's about financing, that's an ongoing. The mayor, you shared with me last night that you all are going up next week to be an advocate. If you're not the biggest advocates for Pearland, who is? Making sure there's an old saying in public policy is made by those who show up. And a lot of that's based on relationships. When Trent or the staff shows up at a state agency or talk with the legislator, is an entirely different ecosystem than when you as an elected official show up. I hope you recognize the gravity of that. And it's no disrespect to Trent or the staff, whether it's a regional effort or a statewide effort. When an elected official shows up at those meetings, it's an entirely different conversation. You draw attention to your opportunity to exercise influence. And then the final one is social media. If Facebook was a country, it'd be the world's third largest. It's the number of accounts. And more communities are realizing how to use social media to do social marketing. So a lot of people are using social media to drive social change because they have social capital. And we're seeing definitely an uptick in that. The notion that somehow it's a hiccup, I think, is being short-sighted. You obviously have continually increased your efforts and resources about marketing as a process, not an event. And beyond just spray and pray, which means you just send it out to everybody and you hope somebody read it. More and more cities are doing not mass marketing, they're doing micro-targeting. Who are the key stakeholders in this community you need to enlist about a public policy decision? Who are those institutional stakeholders? Who are those individual stakeholders? More and more cities are hiring brand influencers in their community. You have people in this community that have tons of eyeball traffic on TikTok or YouTube. How do you enlist them in the journey about articulating your message? I'm just sharing that with you, that brand is not your logo, brand is your reputation. And more governments are realizing how do they articulate their brand through their messaging.
No, I was just going to say branding and messaging.
Yeah, it's whether it's about outside investment for economic development, whether it's about you as an employer, as a destination employer, you're obviously scored very high. How do you market that? You as a place as a quality of life. What are the amenities? I worked at city management for 15 years. I worked in the city in every time zone in the US. We were all centrally located. We all had wonderful schools and great parks. In other words, we sounded like everybody else. How do you make yourself distinctive in the marketplace? You have unique advantages. How do you bundle those and market those? And it's not about vanity. It's about
Telling your story.
confidence. Yeah, it's telling your story and ongoing telling your story, right?
I'd say, Patrick, I think to that point, there's a lot of cities, and the one thing that stands out in any city is the opportunity that the city gives their people, their public, to display themselves, to display their uniqueness. So whether it's a small, walkable, mixed use space or their green space or whatever it is, I think that's the big differentiator where I'm like, this is a really cool community because you have the opportunity to just go somewhere and walk around and just experience who the people are. And I think that to me is the biggest piece that says this is the brand of this town. And I can think of several just off the top of my head, but I think Lainey and I have a lot of conversations about this, and you mentioned the Old Town redevelopment. I don't know that it's going to be the perfect solution, but I think that's kind of the trend, is just utilizing our ability to give the public that opportunity to show who we actually are. I don't think it's our job. I think it's their job. We're just the facilitator like you.
Yeah, I think what we have definitely seen in the last decade probably is this yearning for public space. And I don't mean necessarily geographically. I think people want to identify with many different dimensions, whether it's socially, ethnically, culturally. How do they get a chance to display that? Through cultural celebrations, through some sort of identification, and embracing that, right? Blending those and recognizing those. That's part of the backbone of your community, is celebrating that. And acknowledging that and not suppressing that. And that, as you say, your community is increasingly diverse. You're probably going to have more opportunities to create public space, not just literally, maybe figuratively, to celebrate those. It gives people a sense of identity and opportunity. So I want to turn it over to Trent. He had some items from his perspective that he sees on the horizon about challenges as well.
Thanks, Patrick. So these are kind of some of the challenges we see moving forward. They're somewhat outside of the existing milestones. And they're things that we haven't fully kind of tackled yet as a city. Some of them are immediate, things that we need to be thinking about in this upcoming budget. Some of them are a little bit longer term, and it's not all inclusive. This is just kind of the things at top of our minds right now. Kind of coming up in this budget, some of the things we're going to have to tackle is right now is, if you took a look at your sales tax report for this week, our sales tax projections for this year, they're trending behind. So that's something we gotta, every year we had this discussion with the EDC board Thursday night, is how do we project for that? You're looking at the past sales tax, trying to project that into the next year, trying not to project too much, and then in your out years you're projecting less. And some years come in higher, some years come in a little bit lower, and that's kind of where we're trending right now. And if that trend continues, that's going to be something we're going to have to tackle as we go into our mid-year budget adjustments as well as next year's budget.
Can I ask, is the topic of all these large developments surrounding us now, is that cause for concern? Because
Matt and I talked a little bit, and I think we still we're still kind of the retail sales tax hub for even a lot of the stuff going on around us. And even if they get some of those things south of us, they're not going to see another, they're not going to see another, you're not going to see another mall. You're not going to see another huge big box development. I think those days, have changed. So, and we've had discussions as well with the CBL folks and kind of what they're seeing. And, they're kind of steadying the boat. Things are okay. Macy's and Dillard's are happy, but they're not really pushing the envelope of, what are the next things they need to do that are going to make that continue to be a driver in our community, something that still brings people to our community. So I think that's, we want to have those further conversations with them.
I think it was important that we did the retail study that we did.
Yeah. And the retail study helps as well.
And shared that. This is going to be hard for you to hear, but here it is.
Yeah.
And they took it to heart. That's what I'm comforted that they've actually taken that to heart, and they're doing things within their own center. I'll tell you, I tell people all the time, if there's something on a Monday, I wake up and did Macy's and/or Dillard's declare bankruptcy? And, are they closing, thousands of stores? And if that does, what happens to that space? And the good news is actually CBL, I mean, they have those conversations all the time within their own ranks. And it's like, how do we position the town center and others? Because they've got a portfolio across the country. How do they position it for success if and when some of those large, big boxes close? So that's a good news. They're more entertainment centers than retail centers.
And I've had some conversations about how we engage them more and try to help start moving the needle there. I think that
Question on that, on the sales tax report. So we're behind last year's numbers, but we all know last 2 years' numbers were probably inflated.
yeah, and I don't, are we behind last year's numbers or we're behind our budget numbers?
No, both.
Right now, both. So.
Last year.
We had a negative number in the latest sales report from last year.
So, when we look at those, we're looking at overall industry trends. And if you look, you kind of answer your question as well, is I think everything's down a little bit. They're not seeing what they saw last year. And we're basing our budget off of what are the trends, what are the reports for next year's trend going to look like. And it's not keeping up.
Because when I saw Tracy's report, hotel occupancy tax is through the roof. So, I mean, I think people are not spending money on, it's more of I think people want experience than material things, right? And the way I look at it is, I think if you were to compare these numbers to 2019, then you're ahead. I'd be wrong in saying that. Because you got to remember, in 20, people at home are doing a lot of improvements.
Yeah.
There's a lot of discretionary money that's.
Yeah, and it was free money.
And I think we have to look at sales tax in Texas and the law changes since 17 and 19, that it's the destination where the product is going collects the sales tax now versus what it was before. So, which is why the state had such a big surplus of money. All those dollars were coming in and being reported in Texas as opposed to where it originated from. And so, and we were a recipient of that as a city as well. Now that is flatlined, right? Because we've gone through a couple of years of that happening. And yeah, even the quote free money that was floating around, by the government has run out. So now it's upon us to do it. I've said a threat to our retail sales tax is what's happening south of us. Is it a major threat today? No. Over time, yes. If we don't keep our community and our retail establishments in those areas in a sustainable situation, an attractive situation, in a safe situation, and all of those, it's a major threat that they'll go somewhere else. Newer, better, cleaner, the shiny moment, the shiny object, and all of that.
Shiny penny.
But sorry, I mean, Rishi's point is valid. People are increasingly buying experiences rather than buying things.
Right.
So we need to give, I would suggest one thing we need to do more is give people a reason to come here to experience things. I suppose you just buy things.
The entertainment component, the experience component. So if you think that one's bad. Our legislature, and I want to know where the love is, Mayor. I'm just going with it.
I'm just trying to find the good in anything that's.
I'm an optimist, so I'll say hate love. Love them one day, right? They're going to help us.
If the state can tell the federal government, no, we're not going to do it, we can do that too.
Yes. So one of the great things non-great things they did to us this last session is there's changes in being able to exempt taxable personal property for medical supply companies. We've got a lot of medical supply companies in the Lower Kirby area, and the estimate that Matt and his team to put together is that that's going to reduce our taxable value, Lower Kirby alone, sitting across the whole city, by about $180 million. So in today's tax rate, that's almost $1.2 million. That's debt service and operating, but, you know, it's significant. And that's going to happen in this next fiscal year. So that's a challenge to this upcoming budget. I'm not sure exactly how that'll play out and where it moves the no new revenue and voter approve rate and all those sort of things. We'll have to go through the magic tax rate worksheet to figure that out. But but it is going to be an impact. We're as mentioned earlier, Lorraine and her team working through the compensation study. You know, we want to see where we are. We think we've done, and in the last couple of fiscal years since we did the last class and comp, that we've done pretty well keeping up with inflation. But we know when we finish that, we are going to have some areas probably we've got to deal with, and we'll see what those numbers are. We've always got, you know, challenges from a personnel standpoint. We run lean for a community or an organization our size, so there's always challenges that if we're going to do more, if we're going to do things more efficiently and better, we've got personnel challenges. We've got from last year, we haven't run any numbers yet now with the current data, but the water and sewer rate model last year projected we would need another 17% increase in water and sewer rates. That's huge. And we just have done huge increases. So, you know, what we think we see some things that may mitigate that downward some. We haven't run the numbers yet. We don't know how much, but that's where we were, you know, last year when we ran everything. So those are all kind of upcoming challenges this coming year. Some of these next ones are challenges for this year, but they're also longer term challenges. And that is our internal service fund. So when we talk about sustainable, resilient finances, we put a lot of mechanisms in place for the long term to get us there, with the motor pool, with the IT fund, with the facilities fund. But none of those are fully funded at this point. The motor pool, we've made a lot of progress there. But the IT fund and the facilities fund, we have not started putting money into capital recovery or capital replacement and capital recapitalization for those. So those, while we've moved all the operational cost over into those IT and facilities funds, we haven't started putting money back for, you know, those roof replacements or those HVAC replacements that we know are coming as our buildings age. So, you know, we want to start putting back for those, start implementing those parts of the internal service funds. But it's a challenge. You know, we just saw this past year our IT 5-year strategic plan that Dan and his team worked through, and the whole city worked through with our consultant. And that number was 25 million over 5 years. Huge numbers we're not going to be able to come up with dollars for. So it's how do we prioritize that? How do we implement the things we need to do there? What are the have-tos? What are the things that maybe aren't have-tos, but the implications on internal efficiencies and processes and things like that? Make it worthwhile, make that cost benefit worthwhile. So just a lot of challenges there. You know, one of Fire Station 7, we've got that coming up. We've got right now in the CIP design for next year, construction in 26, and then fully staffed and operating in 27. That is about a $1.85 million annual operating cost to bring on the personnel and operate that station. That doesn't include that we've got to get an additional $2+ million of apparatus. That is going to take us, if we ordered it today, it might show up by the time the station opens on our current schedule. So that's a huge challenge operationally. It's a challenge, you know, to get additional things on order. You know, where do we prioritize that? Is, you know, do we stick with that schedule? Is there some leeway with that schedule? I know what Chief will say, but we've got financial challenges there as well. And then, you know, we just talked about this recently. It's always been there, and we've always talked about it on when we talk about streets and sidewalks. But it became very acute very recently as a result of the drought and the impacts it had on our asphalt streets, and then the impacts of a lot of the rainy season we've gotten into. Is we're seeing things fall apart. We talked about it at a meeting a couple of weeks ago. We're going to talk about it again here in March. But you know, we need we've known for many years since we did that first assessment, 2014, we need $4+ million annually going into street recapitalization. We're usually around one. I think we peaked at 1.5. So we fall behind further and further as we do that. So having a plan to how we increase that each year to get to where we need to be, much like we looked at the drainage a couple of years ago, I think is a huge challenge in front of us to get where we need to be. So we are, not just resilient financially, resilient in our economy, resilient across the city in housing and all those other things, but also, our biggest assets, which are our infrastructure we have underground and on the ground. So those are the challenges. Just wanted to kind of lay that out to set some of the framework for things that aren't necessarily fully tackled in our current strategic priorities and current milestones, but things we need to tackle moving forward. So, all right, are we going to touch the milestones and then
Take a break.
take a break? Okay, so take a break. I think when we come back, we're going to touch the existing milestones and just confirm those. We're not really wanting to completely rehash, but confirm our existing milestones, and we'll get it, our priorities, and we'll get into milestones.
You, Rushi, did we call in?
Seven in our.
I know. Yeah.
All right, Josh has got us rolling again, so want to jump right back into it. So Tony said something about all the bad I just delivered, and unfortunately I left two off the list, so I got one of them's really longer ranging, so one of them's a little shorter, two longer ranging. So we've had discussion, and this isn't a bad thing, actually. This could be a good thing. We've had multiple discussions on homestead exemptions. I think we got to make some decisions coming up on, are we going to implement some sort of increase in that over some period of time, stay where we are, or just, what is the plan there? We've got to determine that as we head into the budget season. I think that maybe that's a good topic for our early budget input session where we go with that. And then the other thing is TERS 2 will be ending in 2030. And there's lots of uncertainty around that. How will that value come onto the rolls? What impact will that have on our tax rate? Because we're bringing on all this new value that may not be considered as new value. It'll be existing value. And so the question is, how will it impact, and do we need some sort of legislative fix? And, being that the legislator's always our friend, usually to get a legislative fix, you got to work on that through 2 or 3 sessions. So I want to understand that sooner rather than later this year, and so that we can start as early as this next session if there is a legislative fix needed. So
the good news on that is Cody Massoud, who has the majority of the TERS in his district, has already said, I would treat it as new value.
he understands.
He understands it.
It's always been one of these things when we say, well, how is it going to affect us? Well, what's the lay of the land in what is the value in 2030? It's very hard to, you're kind of projecting out a multitude of years and then trying to run numbers. So I dreamed this up a handful of days ago, and I just rolled it out to Victor this morning because I wrote it down at 3 a.m. so I wouldn't forget it. And then Amy's hearing it for the first time. So here we go. What I think may help us is, we've got a tax consultant that's going to help us through the tax worksheet this year, is that we go ahead and have them run as if the TERS ended this year. What would be the impact right now this coming year if the TERS was ending now? And then we can start pulling some of the levers and see how that impacts things up and down, and what are the sensitive areas that impact that, and get a determination on how that'll impact us. Because it'll be different in 6 years, but it'll be similar, and we'll know what the levers are to pull. And then maybe that should help inform what we need to go ask the legislature for, if we need to ask them for something. So
Is that including the defeasance or just
defeasance of,
Aren't we getting substantial debt paid down when that wraps up?
yeah, but that'll be done. That's done every year, and will be done by the time we get to 2030. The dilemma in 2030 is when you bring on $3 billion.
It'll be, my guess is it'll be 5 billion.
It'll be 5 billion. So like right now, if we brought it on right now, it'd be 3 billion coming on to our tax rolls. Right now, what we get is we get 66, 65, 62% of that value back through an administrative fee, but 100% of that 62% goes into the operating fund. When that 3 billion or 5 in the future comes onto our tax rolls, it'll be split between the debt service and the operating fund. So we won't get 62% of it going into the operating fund anymore. So it's going to be a hit on the operating side. And if it doesn't come on as new value, if it's treated as existing value, it will crash our no new revenue rate. So those are the things we got to understand what it does. So we're going to talk about it some more, but my thought was if we just run it now as if it were ending this year, it gives us an understanding of what could happen in 2030 and a means of how to fix it. So just wanted to lay that out there as well as something we need to work on that is a challenge, longer term challenge, but we want to understand it sooner than later. So with that, we're going to jump into the strategic priorities. I think from last year's discussion of the 6 priorities, the first 5 were fairly consensus. So I'm hoping we can kind of tick those 5 off, and if we want to have discussion around whole community, which was a topic of a lot of discussion last year, that's where we focus this time. And so we can get through affirming the strategic priorities, and then spend the bulk of the rest of the day delving into the milestones and where we go with those. So I'm going to hand it back over to Patrick to walk us through that.
So when you look at the strategic priority areas, and they're starting on page 5 of your materials today, 5, 6, 7, and I think 8. When Trent and I and Megan and Mayor first started talking about this whole day last fall, it was my first blush at looking at this as a third party. You're in good company. Most cities have things similar to this. They have 5 or 6 key result areas, strategic priority areas. They're fairly conventional, most cities. Public finance is usually one, infrastructure somewhere in there. I'm not prioritizing them the way I share. Infrastructure's in there, public safety, economic development, financial capacity, management, all that. Amenities, quality of life, sort of those sorts of items. I'm just sharing that with you as a third party, that you're very in line with a lot of other cities that identify 5 or 6 key priority areas. These tend not to change from year to year. This is kind of the business that you're in. What changes are the milestones, the objectives, which is why you're discussing it. But I'm just sharing that with you, that there's no perfect number of these to have. I always encourage clients to have 5 or 6. Sometimes they end up having so many, it's not sustainable in that sense. It's hard. It starts. I think it's hard to manage that many key priority areas. It starts dividing up things in different directions, and then everything has to have objectives, and then everything has all of that. It creates a little bit of bureaucracy, I think, with that. But you're in good company with most cities when it's 5 or 6. I'm just sharing, and they're very conventional, and they don't change. So those of you that are new this first time, don't expect next year. It's not a bad thing if they don't change. Then there's no expiration date on them either. Sometimes cities change it when there's been a lot of turnover on council, and it's usually spit polish. But these are fundamental about what you do. So we're going to reaffirm these, right? We're just trying to reaffirm these. I don't want to just sprint right through them, but unless there's discussion, trusted government. I think lots of activities going on under there. I'm just trying to give you a chance to sort of think about these as I review them. I'm not going to read them all to you. You have them in front of you. That's an ongoing undertaking to government. I think it's a message to your community too, that you're sort of making a statement. And these are the actions to back it up, what you're doing. The strong economy, your approach, we understand economic development. Most of those variables you don't control, you influence. You're shepherding, you're guiding, facilitating, you're a catalyst. Economic development is more of an enterprise than it is a department. Lots of different things along, a lot of different actions underneath the strong economy. Third one, safe community. If there are any of these items you want to pause and discuss, holler. I'm just trying to move at a decent pace here. Safe community.
You're just talking about the category as a whole.
Just the categories. We're going to get into the items. That's the milestones, but just the category, safe community, again, fairly conventional. Sustainable infrastructure. A lot going on there. A lot of assets you're trying to maintain. Resilient finances. Again, public finance, being mindful, and steward of the tax dollars, what you're doing with those, how you're allocating those, near term, short term, long term. That's 5. And the last one was whole community. So I know when I did my pre-session, Mayor.
On that, I mean, it says fostering a diverse and unified community. I think it's evident we are a diverse community, and we're going to change that. I've often wondered if diverse needs to be in this definition. Should it be, more of a just fostering a unified community? We are a diverse community. We have plenty of things in place that we can foster that naturally, but I think more of a unified, where a whole community comes together with events and placemaking, those types of things. So I just throw that out there, the word diverse, changing that to fostering a unified community with events, amenities, public, private spaces that bring people together.
Can I push back just a little bit? That I think it has some value. Yeah. I think there's some value in the understanding that diversity takes many forms. And so if that's not on the table to recognize, we talk about all these soccer fields, well, there are softball players too, right? And that's a different type of community. So I think, whole community, giving them that space to be present is what I think creates the unity out of the recognition that diversity exists in many forms. And so got to provide those spaces. So I think maybe there's some validity to having it there. It's just maybe taking a different form or perspective.
But I guess I would question, do we have it? I mean, it was a split vote last year. I still think that if you look at anything under whole community, I don't necessarily disagree with any of it, but I think it has a place under the other 5 strategic priorities. I think that helps to tailor our focus on finances and time for staff.
And out of the 6, that was the least accomplished out of all the goals.
I think whole community is really important. I mean, it's not going to be any surprise that I'm going to push back on that also. It's it's the same argument I had last year. It's really the only one that deals directly with amenities for residents and with the community. If any of them have to leave, I think resilient finances could be absorbed into strong economy. Resilient finances, I don't understand why it's by itself. If we're trying to get rid of one, why don't we get rid of that one?
Scratch both. They all fit up under something else.
And I don't think whole community fits under anything else. Resilient finances naturally lends itself to the economy.
Well, we had a goal that we didn't attain on most of these. If you look at that one, it's
Just because we didn't achieve it within a 1-year time frame doesn't mean that it's not still.
we didn't have emphasis on it.
Some of us,
Council as a whole, coin flip last year.
we just got 2 new council members.
And I appreciate staff hearing that, just like when the Parks bond barely passed, it still passed, we're gonna move forward, but we're taking that into consideration.
Right.
And so I guess I would ask with the new council, I think this is the one to revisit to make sure that we're still heading the right direction.
And to your point, actually both points, if some of these milestones and can be grouped up under some of the other priorities, I think that's fine too. At the end of the day, like you said, I mean, we're not going to do away with community events. We're not going to do away with seeking amenities in our community. We're not going to do away with public and private spaces that bring people together. I mean, that we try to look at those. I guess the question would be, where would that fit best? And some of these may fit in multiple up under ones. And do we lose focus on any of this if we aren't calling it out specifically?
I think it's a point of emphasis. That's what these key priority areas are.
Right.
In some respects, you could you could bring them all underneath the heading of quality of life. And then it's cosmetic in some respects about formatting it. When you think about the business lines of services that you do, there's no perfect number, it's categories really for the council. That's points of emphasis. These are priority areas. Some are obviously a given, public safety and infrastructure. You have a fiduciary responsibility to residents. You have an obligation to address those things. This one for the experience of living here and the events, as you said, Mayor, you're not going to stop doing these. And I would offer to you without seeming insensitive to this, in some respects, you're not the audience for this. The public is. So when they read it, and so what's their take when they read it? What's the one that's going to be most relevant? And it's not judgment. It's not better or worse, but the people in this room, it gives you, obviously, as Trent has said, this gives staff a way to identify what are those key priorities, how do they operationalize that into the budget, all that stuff. But if you turn this around as a public-facing document, what's their interpretation of it?
They're going to look at safe community.
So it's interesting. We had the state of the city, we went through one of these 6, talked through them, and at the end, we asked people to vote on what they thought was their number one priority. We didn't ask them to rank 1 through 6 or anything like that. We did ask for their number one. And we also did it at the Talk of the Town here this last week. I know we have those results. It'd be interesting Josh, do you have them?
I wasn't able to vote, Josh, because, you know.
This was at the end, different QR code.
It had a max number of votes, so it would tell, yeah, but one at our table.
And it was kind of interesting. The two audiences, obviously one audience was bigger than the other, but it was interesting to see the two audiences and what they thought were their priorities. I wanted to make sure we had those results here.
We're all smart people. The chambers. Engineers. They're gonna say infrastructure. It's just not.
It's the results of surveys. I mean, it's, you know, when you have an audience like that, it's like, okay.
In state of the city, people like Purdue, Brandon, and engineers and lawyers and people who aren't just Pearland residents taking this survey. So it's not like neighbors down the street.
No, but it's an audience that's listening to it. And then you turn to Talk of the Town and you see those results, which are local driven. You'll see some differences. Let's put it that way.
While they're doing that, I believe, share this. Some of you alluded to this a little bit earlier. You're at a place where a lot of councils are about trying to prioritize. And this gets into just points of view. It's not better or worse, it's just different. And what I find often in these segments, and I'm not trying to oversimplify, but trying to provide an apparatus by which you make public policy decisions. You all come from, in some respects, a different framework, a different rubric by which you make decisions. Some of it's not always that conscious. But I would say as community builders, as a collective group of community builders, what must you do well to be successful? What do you need to do well to be successful? And what's nice to do well to be successful? Now, I'm simplifying this. Depending on who you ask, to some people, bike lanes are must. To other people, they're nice. Right? I mean, so I'm not saying that this is, everybody arrives at the same conclusion. I think this is where councils often differ and they struggle to reconcile, because to some of you, it's nice. To other people, it's must. It's about trade-offs. How do you reconcile that? If everything is a priority, then it's hard to be effective as a governing body because people get intractable and they get, and I'm not disputing their point of view. It's not about questioning people's motives. It's saying, this is what I believe are the core functions of what a city should do. And nothing else in some respects. This is what they must do. And I would think you all can agree to the must. The need is usually where it gets tricky because some people want to put in need where other people want to put in nice. And again, I'm not trying to simplify this. I'm just trying to help you as you navigate this. I would offer to you at some point, if this whole community is consuming oxygen in the room, it's delaying you from tackling other issues. And it can become a barrier to working through them as a governing body. And you know it's about trade-offs and saying how important is it to me? If it's important to someone else and they're fired up about it, because other things are important to me, it's how you work through those. That's usually a sign of healthy councils. And I don't have skin in the game, so I'm not trying to take sides, but I've seen enough councils who get stuck in that and they can't get past it. And then it affects their ability to work through the rest of the agenda. Because if you all come at it from, I'm going to vote based on conviction, I think everybody would say that's what they're basing their decisions on. You all have conviction and compassion and courage. How you work through those things is going to be a testament of your character. Because the public's not going to wait. They're not going to wait till you figure it all out. It's going to keep putting pressure on you. What are you going to do? How are you going to do it? What are you going to do? How are you going to do it? The public has a big appetite. Again, I'm just sharing this with you as a simple way to process things. We do it all the time, by the way, as human beings about choices we make. And usually conflict is where they're not compatible, whether they're at home or at work. What I see as must, and you might see as nice, man, we struggle from the inception. Just giving you some things to think about as you work through that.
Our tagline for the Pearland Prosperity Plan is we're the community of choice. And think,
Business and people, or people and business. I can't.
right, well, this is people. The whole community are the people.
Yeah, but you didn't vote for that.
I didn't vote for that for other reasons, not because of the tagline. And I lost, so that's our tagline.
EDC's tagline, which is part, that I understand.
It's-
So, that means the city of
It's it's Pearland's prosperity plan. He's not allowed to talk.
We filibustered.
You're gonna have to keep filibustering.
I've got more to say if you need me to.
Oh, yeah, keep going, that's great.
I was just
Trying to get the members.
So, yeah, we had this discussion last year, and, some of the things I mentioned last year is, we do, you see in here, there's a lot of things we do that support whole community. To me, some of the concern is, how's that perceived if we no longer say that's a strategic priority, internal and external in the community? Because it is a lot of the things that we do to kind of weave the fabric of the community together. It is that people piece, bringing people together. It's those public events, we talked about, I can't remember how many it was, 10 plus, 100,000 people across the year. So it is something we do spend lots of time, lots of effort. Parks being our probably fourth largest department, if you leave Public Works and Utilities as kind of the infrastructure group. So that's why I think it is important that we keep a focus on that. I know we can move these things under other categories, but it seems large enough and something we do enough of, and how it weaves the community together, that I don't want to lose that focus of how we build community.
I agree, but on the backdrop of, we're losing 1.8 million in value, 1.2 million in sales tax, water and sewer rates. I guess my argument is we got to make choices in funding, and I don't necessarily want another priority up there. Sure. When we can't take care of public safety and infrastructure.
I mean, we've got to prioritize these things. We got to make choices based on those priorities, even within safety. I mean, I think if we, talk to Chief Spires, his priority would be to add about 10 times as many officers as we've added each year for the last few years. But we have to make choices even within those other priorities. So again,
Well, I think
is it important, and then how do we prioritize it within our limited resources?
Can I say also, you're saying collapse it under other, areas, they're still going to be there. I think this just allows the intentionality to be visible, right? So not just stuffing it inside of another doll, but rather making it, we may not be able to do it, but it's still a priority. And I think it's providing the intention behind it. So we're not going to stop doing the events, but this shows the people why we do the events.
So I know we're going to talk about milestones, so why don't we talk about milestones on this one?
Okay.
Because that helps. It might help us drive what we do. And so I'm just going to walk through them real quick. Okay. At least the ones that are here. We'll get into others as we move through the day. But I'm not going to go in any particular order. I'm not going to go in the order here. But for example, the bond package, Independence, and Hickory Slough, it's real simple. If we were to, and I'm just going to take a stab. If we were to move away from this, where would they go? Obviously, that's under sustainable infrastructure. That's part of our bond package. It could go there fairly simple. Old Town site, master plan update, that could be for the farm economy. It's the reason you're doing that is to build up the economic opportunities there. Standard quarterly business report, it's under finance, resilient finance. Audit special events, I'd have to, again, I think that could be, it's important. I don't know if it's a milestone, something one doing there. Spring Depot renovation, I don't know if that's sustainable infrastructure. It's one of our buildings. We're trying to help do something and make it sustainable. We're trying to be intentional with it. Does it dovetail into one of those categories? And then you have two, I would consider kind of far-reaching opportunities that are out there, and that's Tom Bass Park, having some kind of a regional event that would create a fair festival, whatever you want to call it. And so I don't know we really haven't made strides on those. Probably because of people and time. I mean, they went to the floor. If there were something I would look to cut, those would be some things that I would put out there. Do we cut those for another date and time, given some of our challenges that we have right now? And, you know, and again, because like Tom Bass, that's a whole other animal and negotiation with Harris County and that.
There's really no one there to negotiate with right now. All of our contacts over there are no longer there, so it's a little bit up in the air.
Yeah.
It's a big bear to tackle, and
And so does it just kind of sit here and we tackle it as something comes up? Or, and again, I'm throwing this on there for discussion because if you do collapse it as a single priority, what happens to what's underneath it?
I think you're defining the difference between nice and neat on each one.
Some cities take the approach of peanut butter. They take the peanut butter approach. Take peanut butter and spread it out to everything. Sometimes that's the most politically expedient. It covered the optics of that to certain segments of the community seem legitimate. Obviously, prioritizing requires you to be more selective about where are you in to make a substantial progress. Trent brought this up earlier about street maintenance. You're always playing catch up on street maintenance, right? The condition of the streets is all, you're just always trying to do it. That's usually a big challenge in communities. Water and sewer infrastructure, you're always sort of trying to play catch up on that. You want to really sort of bite the bullet and move forward sooner, faster, and really invest in it. Again, as I shared with you, and you all know this, if these choices were easy, you would have already done it. So the nature of the conversation today is there's multiple perspectives because there's multiple variables. How you work through those and deciding, as we talked about last night, I know it's not easy. Sometimes one of the biggest dividends you come out of these sessions with is what you decide to not do anything. Because if you want staff or Trent to not devote time to it, then that's a conscious decision. And also make sure that you're all unified. So when somebody from the public stands during public comment and says, what are you doing about it? Our decision is we decide at this point, while it has merit, we're not going to move on it because of whatever you say, right? But if somebody dips their toe in it, then all of a sudden, now you're in it. And it creates an expectation of the public that you're going to do something about it. So. I'm sorry, did you have something?
I've offered up.
Yeah, I mean, back to intentionality, I completely agree with you, Hernandez. And I want to be intentional on public safety and infrastructure, trusted government. That's where I think the local government should have an intentional focus. If whole community, nice, is it a need? Okay, I'm not saying get rid of anything specific, but I think, and we gotta get with the basics. So we're doing that stuff well.
Well, why, I mean, that's what Horizon goals are for. They're intentional, they're not immediate, but they exist. And it's something you work towards when you strengthen your base, say this is our next step. And if it's not there in front of you, you've got no destination in the GPS. And I think that's what this is.
I don't.
And that's fine, yeah.
So you want to get rid of it because we can't afford it?
I want to get rid of it so that we can give direction as a council to staff in terms of priorities and spending their time. Clearly, they've got plenty to work on. And if it's the body wants to focus that in on what they feel matters, that's my opinion, is the first 5 matter a lot more, and the last one's a nice or neat.
So the first 5 matter because the communities say they matter, but then the community doesn't matter.
And the community does matter. That is the only one that deals with the people. And they don't care about trusted government and resilient finances. So
All right, I'm cool going with economy, community, and infrastructure. Roll up everything else underneath it.
economy and resilient finances should be rolled together. They're the same thing.
Can I ask you a question? This is from the state of the city.
Yes.
So the only asterisk mark I would put, you got to remember, one, not everybody got to vote.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Second, a lot of the people weren't community
Right. they're
members.
not community.
Right. So let's be very honest with this poll. It's not a true poll.
Any of these polls.
And in essence of time here, we're talking about one thing. let's come back to it. Let's move forward. Let's dig into these things and see if we can move them or keep them.
This is talk of the town.
It's had 11 responses, so still
Very, very small.
Very small pool.
But
I mean, that's representative.
the
of
people that were
majority.
there were all taking it, were all local residents.
Yeah.
Let's take a poll in this room.
Well, here's the other thing. Let's also, again, Mayor, I'm not trying to take your polls and say they're not worth it. This I'm saying is 11 people who are on the west side of town, right, on that small, who are angry about those apartments coming as CBL. I mean, you can really,
It was two.
out of 11, that's a pretty, percentage wise,
This is not how statistics work.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, I'm not against taking it out, Tony. I think, hey, if you really want to zoom in and narrow it down, let's go down to 3. Let's get rid of some. But at this point, I say, since I was not here last year, I would say, let's just dig into this a little bit more. And then at the end of the day, we decide. I mean, it's kind of too early to start this.
I think that's a good suggestion. Sometimes you end up using deductive reasoning, get into it, you see the flow, you might see some common things where fit back and forth. I would encourage you to think about the focus of the conversations is on the substance, on the content of the conversation. I realize the formatting, where it goes is important. But some of that is more of the cosmetic side of, because we could crunch it to 3, we could make it 12. You can just plug a lot in. The more you have, the more obligation you feel like you better have some goals, because the public's going to look at that. They're going to look at some and go, why does one have 6 and the other has 12? People do almost blindly interpret more means more important. That's why I think it's important even on these. And so this is just a small thing. When you even number priorities, people interpret that as priorities. And I would offer to you, they're all priorities. But again, we get lost in the mechanics and the flow and the cosmetic and then we lose time. We want to try to generate most of the, if we can indulge you right now to say, let's get into the milestones. You're going to touch on these and then come out on the other side and see, is it really that big of a, does it make that big of a difference? Do you really, because some of it's going to come down to, are you going to put resources towards it? And are things going to come off the list? And it's not just whole community where you may decide you may not put resources towards it. There might be other ones where you say, yeah, it's important. And, Trent and staff may offer you some advice. It's not, we don't have the capacity to do that right now. For whatever reason, right? So the thing, remember, much of what you're talking about today are not substitutes for what staff is spending their time on. Trent and staff are spending 80 to 90% of their time on core services. These are enhancements, not substitutes. Right? Keep that in mind, that it's not like they're waiting for you guys to provide direction so they know what to go do. There's already a lot on the table. Well, I think sometimes councils can forget, like the page is blank. It's not. These are enhancements. They're not substitutes. So there are constraints there. So if we can get into the milestones, kind of put this in the parking lot, I appreciate you suggesting that.
And I think the numbering of these was intentional from a priority standpoint. It was asked. So maybe, and again, we didn't talk about it. And when we circle back around, we probably have it goes down to 5 or 3 or it stays at 6, just re-looking at that priority as well. So
Maybe not necessarily numbering them.
they're all important, but I think in the past, the council did want to know.
Yeah.
They wanted to show some indication of what was the most important.
And the other thing, before we get to milestones, there was a conscious decision to make the flow this year different than the last year's. So there's no voting today. There's no small group work. It's everybody's having the conversation all together. So it makes it a little messier, right? It does. And that's okay. That's the nature of these. It's kind of messy. So now I'm going to direct your attention to the document that Megan provided earlier this week. Not to draw attention to Megan or anything. I've been warned.
Good job, Megan.
I'm thinking of any of you on the road. Anyhow, this document you should have access to. It was provided via email. If you're familiar with this, I encourage you to bring this up. This was dated February 19th. It's from Megan to Mayor and Council.
It's attached to the agenda in their compass.
Do you want like?
You want to pull that up? It's the 2023 strategic priorities and milestones update. They have it.
Send it. Oh, I think they're trying to email anyway.
And Trent sent it out with me. We'll send it out Thursday.
They have it.
Yes, sir.
Right, yes. So Mayor, I don't know if there's an area that you wanted to tackle first on the milestone updates.
Start at the first one.
Trusted government. So we thought it most, best investment of your time. We're not going to read all of these. You have them in front of you. What we're trying to do is pause and say, which ones do you want to pull out and have a more in-depth discussion about?
I think we should pull out 1.2. Isn't that a practice? Why is that even listed? I mean, it's a practice. It's what we can do with advice of legal, or counsel.
Last year was the first year I started using sound legal. I did not know that was an expectation.
Make sure Darren wants to.
Isn't that our responsibility?
It's good to know moving forward.
I think it was purposeful last year, or why that was, brought up as a topic. Again, so part of last year, just for the new council members, is we broke into smaller groups. Each group took a strategic priority and said, come up with milestones and general timeframes associated with those. And then when we came back together as a group, they presented those. Kind of were late in the day and got to a point where we really didn't fully vet each one of those. So we did try to capture them as we brought it back and presented it back to council. And so there were a few things that got tweaked and changed and pulled out as part of that. This one wasn't one of them. You can see that at the bottom of that, it says it was not developed into a milestone with an associated staff action plan. That was because we, and Darren was, we were relying on Darren and departments rely on our legal department every day to help us make sound financial decisions. So I agree with you from that standpoint. And so I think this was kind of an acknowledgement that we do that. And here's how we do that. Not necessarily that ought to be a continuing milestone.
Okay. That's my opinion. I think we should remove it. Yeah, we should be doing that.
Patrick, I don't know where this would go. What I'm assuming is trusted government. One of the things I'll tell you, in my opinion, for trusted government would be consistency, not just how we address a citizen's comments or issue, but to ensure that we have like a succession plan, right? So when I look around, please do not take this the wrong way. If we have a talented team, but they're at that end of their career,
Yeah, succession. Yeah.
right? And I'll give you a prime example. I'll pick on Darren.
You think I'm wrong?
Darren's already announced he's going to retire, right? He has told us 2 more years.
Months. No, just kidding. No, it's yours. You're right.
I mean, we know it's inevitable.
Right.
And the point is, he's got a great person behind him who's been with us for a long time, and he's got a great team. And I give him kudos to that. But when I look at other departments, it kind of scares me, right? To say, hey, where is the succession plan? Who's going to take over? Whether they get promoted, they take a new job, they leave. It's not there. And that's concerning because we're spending all this time and energy. But then if you don't have somebody who's going to come in and continue that, you're going to shake things up and they may not buy into it. And it could be chaotic. And so for me, again, I'm kind of new to this, but in my business, I'm always worried about that constantly. Like, how do you constantly focus on, hey, if somebody leaves or retires or moves on, is there going to be a gap that's going to create a, not meet your goals? Yeah. And so that, to me, I don't know whether it fits in here or whether
It's interesting because it's an organizational, what you're talking about is an organizational goal. I mean, and where does it fit? Is it under trusted or is it under even infrastructure, sustainability, resilient finances? It's kind of all woven throughout that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there, I mean, there's efforts there and things we're working on with HR to enhance what we're doing there from a succession planning standpoint. So it's not that it doesn't exist throughout the organization. We do have some work to do there. So I think, I guess if that's something council wants to see, it can be part of this as a milestone, but it is something we're working on and working through. And I think, and then real quick, I've got something to add. I think right now, not to stop this piece of discussion, but we're trying to work through the existing milestones and then we'll get into new ones we want to see added. But we can finish this one real quick. So Victor.
Yeah, no, I mean, just to be absolutely blunt about it, that's why you pay Trent. Actually, that's his responsibility for all of us, rather than necessarily it being a priority in the context of the council. That would be my argument. Now, you can hold them to account and us to account for making sure we have a succession plan, but I don't necessarily think it features in your outward articulation of what you're about as a city council. Maybe how you do things, and that's
More appropriate for my goals as opposed to a community-wide strategic priority milestone.
It's important, but it's not where it should be.
As you go through, as you review these, I would also keep in mind as criteria about which you decide beyond the political atmosphere, sensitivity to it. You know, there's a difference between operational issues and policy issues. And it's the classic for those that are new to council. Operational, a resident calls you up. It's the classic, I got a pothole or my water or something, right? And you want to make a call and get it resolved because you want to resolve it, fix that problem for the resident. That's a transactional issue. That's an operational issue. It's important to that person who called you. It's important to you to make sure your problem is getting addressed, maybe solved, but at least addressed. Sometimes where council struggles, they end up including a lot of operational issues in their strategic plan. Then it turns into a work. And I think the missed opportunity there is, where's the strategic planning? Where's the policy? If you're looking at policy. So I would just encourage you to think about, does this really belong? And to Victor's point, maybe some of these are better incorporated into Trent's goals and their operational aspects, because some of these are going to be done regardless, because that's the nature of what you do. I get that sometimes you include them in the strategic plan because you want to make sure that there's attention to it. There's other avenues maybe to do that. I'm just encouraging you to think about that. How do you winnow things? I know you want to make sure it's included, but maybe it's not in here. Maybe it's another vehicle. To Trent's point, again, we're trying to see if existing items, if you want to press on the gas, if you want to pump the brakes about these items, if you're satisfied, if you have questions for Trent and the staff, like what's the status of it, what's in the queue for 24, what's involved. We're going to interpret it, you know, not we, but Trent and the staff are going to interpret it. If you don't discuss it, it means keep moving on it.
So 1.3
says it's done.
Yeah, and if it's done, right.
That was my question. So 1.3 is complete, it's coming off by default, right?
1.2.
No 1.3.
Jobs are going on.
I agree, Mona, 1.2 needs to be.
Okay, 1.4. Remember the blue is things have not been started, correct?
I think I love it. It's going to be an ongoing, in progress, you know, type of action. I mean, and I think the way we communicate how and all those kind of things are ever evolving. There's always something new and different how we communicate. I've even had Josh and I've had some thoughts on even with our bond program, and as those projects, you know, get ready to gear up, and how we segment and communicate directly with the affected area, you know, what's happening, be proactive there, not just cones show up and, you know, people are wondering, that type of thing. And have a real active communication plan around all that would be good. So I think, I see 3 years here, but I think that's kind of an ever-evolving, ongoing, opportunity, so.
And number three, the 311 call center, on the surface, I have reservations, but after talking with Trent, that's more our overall focus on customer service. And so I don't know if we want to keep calling it the 311 call center, because that to me is, when we see a pothole, you call in. Right? But that's a much bigger project than that, so. I think it needs to stay on there, but do we want to start branding it a little different?
And Josh, we've kind of started moving towards branding it differently as our customer service initiatives, and that there's going to be a piece of that is a call center piece we talked about. But it's really talked about earlier today. It's setting those customer service standards, and then it's getting the, pieces in place so that, when somebody does call in, that it's captured, they called in before, the call taker knows they have. We're trying to be able to answer with our call takers, 80% of the calls, somewhere around that, as they come in, as opposed to just having somebody that's a call taker, send them to different places. Don't have the answer there, we make sure that we're getting them in the right place, making sure the follow-up occurs. So to me, that all encompasses that. So we are kind of morphing away from 311, really the more overall encompassing customer service effort.
Since customer service is under resilient finances, why is it 311 for that?
That when it's a different intention behind the customer service. At least from my understanding.
Yeah, so back to the other 311 or all of that, it's just the ever evolving AI. Where does that fit in all of this? Where does AI fit in? It's somebody, searching and trying to get an answer. Some people may be able to get an answer simply by, through the website or a phone call or something, and AI may help streamline that. Somebody still wants to talk to a live audience, you're talking to them. We want to make that experience, I would hope, we want to make that experience tailor-made to the resident, right? What does the resident want? Because somebody might be able to go, even in the middle of the night or late in the evening or whatever, get their questions asked and answered, and they're fine. They got it answered and move on.
That's another reason to get away from calling it that, because it is the full gamut of the way people are going to interact with us. Because as we talked about earlier, trends, it's changing. There's people under a certain age, they're not going to pick up the phone and call. They want to text. They want an immediate response, whether it's a text bot or somebody on the other end of it. So it is all encompassing that. I think we just kind of framed it as that last year. We're looking holistically.
There's an argument to be made for 311 to go into the whole community. It's an amenity, the way you just described it. Anyway.
Laney, sorry, that customer service heading under resilient finances, that's specific to finance department. Its interaction with its customers, as opposed to that more holistic customer service approach by us to our citizens.
Does it say customer service anywhere else in any of these? I don't see it anywhere else. I know. So customer service would fit nicely under whole community.
So that, and all these things, they sit under the actual milestones, proactive, accessible communication that is intentional and consistent related to decisions and initiatives.
Yeah. So I believe I had this one, and one of the things that I wanted to, is that maybe, I just want to make sure that I'm using the word intention too much today, but the intent behind like tracking some of these interactions and the number of people who are signing up and viewing things doesn't take us to a place to where we're then in the future not making it accessible. But we should have a really clear understanding of the foundation of information that is always going to be there regardless of who's clicking on the link. Because I think, it's all fine. Nobody's accessing it until they need it, right? And so not losing sight of that. And I know that was part of the write-up here. It's just, the tracking, which I like, but I just want to make sure we don't get to the point where it's like, nobody's looking at it, so we just won't do it next year.
So I think we want to avoid a little bit getting into the details of the staff action plan that's associated with each milestone, and more focus on the big picture, actual milestones. They have the 1.3, 1.4 next to 3.1. Is that the right milestone? Timeline associated with.
I've seen progress here, like demonstrable progress that I've been super excited about. And I think this is pushing the organization in the right direction and making it, a better relationship between the community and the government.
And I'd like to add to that, on the onboarding, I think the dashboard, obviously amazing. It's an amazing program, and so kudos to them for working on that.
The outcome of all this is trying to provide people timely, relevant information that's accessible to them when they want it. And government historically has not done, as an industry, that has not been a priority. You're seeing in the midst, you're trying to, in some respects, play catch up. How do you get information to people that need it when they need it? We don't even know sometimes what they need. So in a way, this is a blitz. And then you're going to end up customizing it based on the feedback that you get and how you tailor it and all that. But you're in this business. This is going to be an ongoing concern. It's going to require an investment, and not just software, but it may require other sort of levels of investment by staff. It used to be an afterthought.
Well, it empowers us too, so we're not having to constantly text him, hey, I got access to it. I'll share it with you.
Patrick, did you discuss 1.1?
No. Do you want to talk about it?
Well, no, we said we were.
Well, what
3.14.
I'm trying to,
What happened to 1.1?
we're trying to use this as a way to, if there's items on here that you think are cool and you don't need to discuss it, then the assumption is you're going to keep making progress. That's the criteria I was just trying to move. Do you want to talk about every item that we can?
Well, no, I guess, it says this is in progress and ongoing effort. And so is this one that's, and I know this was something that we talked about last year. I want to talk about, is it still something that's achievable? Where are we with it? What's the original intent? And is this one we keep? Again, I think all of these, do we keep it?
This one's very, very complex in my conversations with Josh and Megan, that I think there's a lot that can be done here, but it's incremental. So I do think this is an ongoing effort. There has been progress there as well, which is appreciated, but clearly there's a lot of information that just needs to be kind of put into different buckets and start connecting that information. So this isn't one necessarily where I'm going to be hanging on the table, because I know it's a really heavy lift, but it's very, a little bit like what Mona said.
Yeah, and our understanding of the intention there was a lot of things we do take a lot of time, and there's studies and things that develop budgets, and then things get in the budget and they take multiple years to implement. And that, here we are, a new council member coming in, a citizen coming in, and we're at the tail end of something, and they've got this much of the information.
Use the water plant as an example.
But we can connect historical data all the way back through that. So if somebody wants to see, okay, how did we get here? It's interconnected. To do that on something today and go back in history, very difficult, very heavy lift. We've implemented a lot of things to where things we're doing today, moving forward, those memos are, you can go back through the memos. They're linked in the AIRs. And so
I think that's, and
there's other things
the water is a classic because it's 20 years.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And, every decision, was a milestone in and of itself, and it led us to, now we'll be tapping water from that here, in the coming months. And so I think it's important to have it in here. I just want to make sure with new people in the room, they understand the significance behind that. And for, our residents in the future, we want them to be able to see the transparency of, here was that decision, and it wasn't a decision made by a single council. It was a decision made over decades, or it was a decision made over 3, 4, 5 years multiple people had their hands on it, and that's the reason why we're doing it, and they can see the historical data behind it. I think that's important.
I think it's very useful internally as well, because when we have new staff members come on, or, you know, you have a project manager and those group take a capital project that's been getting to the point they take it over for a decade. And, you know, to fully understand how we got here and what the decisions were made, so that as we move forward, staying consistent with that. And it's very important internally as well.
But I think it's one to note, it stays here, but it's just an ongoing, like the communication piece. It's something that's going to be ongoing, changing and morphing along with how our data comes in. It's there, but it's intentional by why we have it.
Yeah, one area I think this is starting to touch on that we haven't really talked about much today is the explosion of AI.
Right.
And government as an industry isn't remotely ready.
Right.
And I would venture to say every director in here reading their January edition of their professional magazine or last few issues, there is at least 1 or 2 articles about AI. You go to TML this year, my bet is a third to half the speakers are going to be about AI. And government is a huge market for that. You go to a conference, you look at exhibitors, and it's not going to come out of IT to figure out what your AI strategy is. It's impacting all departments. And so I think as you look at this, as you look maybe going into the next year, trying to learn from other cities and other jurisdictions around how are cities approaching AI consciously and deliberately, and what's their strategy and how do they, because it is disruptive.
And I think we have to, we're going to use the word intentional all day. It's intentional if we're going to use the word intentional. There you go. And so to that point, I don't know that I think there's best practices that will get developed around AI over time, but I don't know that I want to sit back necessarily and wait for other jurisdictions to go and do whatever. How, what, and where do we want to deploy AI? How does it help us? What do we need to avoid? What, all those kind of things. And I don't know where that leads. I mean, it's a game changer, like you say, and how much we know about AI is literally that much. And so I think it's a game changer all the way around, and we don't need to rely on it because we still have a human element that we're dealing with. But how does it help us with core function? And as we run lean with people and everything else, can AI help that along the way?
Not to be overly prescriptive, but I think what you'll find, especially about 1.1, the more data you dump in there, AI is going to be the solution. AI will go in and grab it, repurpose it in a way that people can consume it. So it may still be the human element of gathering, but the retrieving process is going to. You want to have some fun tomorrow, go on Google and do a search on AI government, generative AI government, and then see what comes back in your search. I think
even that's part of the issue though, is that we have OCR things that we got to go through. And I mean, that's just even that, getting the data in there, I think is even the heavy.
Very time intensive, right?
We've seen, in looking at kind of the customer service realm, call center and things like that, when you offer all the gamuts of how people can communicate, you get away from taking phone calls and you get into your website, you get into chat bots and different things like that. What we've seen is that if you've got that repository, you've got that historical data, you can use AI, and somebody's got a question about something like this, and there's, engines that search through all that stuff. If it hits to a certain percent that you set, then it gives them, here's the things associated with that city has. And they can, go through that. So I think we've seen some of that. It's going to be part of that solution going forward. So, it's just a matter of how does it fit in and how far do you go and how does it morph over the next, it's since we've seen a demo on that, it's probably light years ahead of where it was. So.
It's still only that.
I don't know if you've seen this in the marketplace, but Microsoft has now surpasses Apple as the world's most valuable company. And it's much about their investments in AI. They were in it early, they were in it a lot, and they've raised their market value by $500 billion or $500 billion in the last year.
We have a resident who works for Microsoft AI.
I'm just sharing, so they're in it because they know there's opportunity. You're going to end up finding there's more opportunities just about how you utilize it. So, suffice to say, it's disruptive and it's extraordinary and it's sci-fi.
To sum up, trusted government, I've got interconnected data continuing, sound decision-making is cutting off. core values is coming on, and the proactive accessible communications, that's an ongoing as well. Jumping strong economy.
Strong economy. So you've got several items here. 2.1, attract new investments from businesses, drive and increase sales and property tax. 2.2, a lot going on there with all these.
I think that's just built in the Pearland Prosperity Plan and other goals, so.
One of the areas I know cities around the country are flirting with is, and this was mentioned earlier today, is the decline in movie theaters. And those used to be the anchors for strip mall retail development. They create a lot of foot traffic for support purposes. They tend to be the anchor. There's a lot of spokes. I don't know about you, but I know myself, I don't go to the movies much anymore. I couldn't even tell you what's out. And I used to be a big movie person. There was just an article last week about just movie theaters, the decline in sales, the decline. They just wonder. I think young people today will look at movie theaters much like we looked at drive-in movies, which was they were on their last leg by the time most of us came of age, right? We may have gone to them when we were kids, and VCR didn't kill the drive-in movie. People's habits just changed. Multiplexes popped up. People wanted different experiences. Why are theaters selling liquor? Just what you want, somebody consuming alcohol while you're watching a movie. Why are they doing that? Why are they serving food? Because they got to get people in there. But so when you think about the economy, and you were talking about this and your trajectory of growth, and I'm definitely not an expert on the growth. When you think about people's consumption habits and how is the city positioned to benefit from that, you're going to also be exploring redevelopment. How is some of that property going to be redeveloped and the diversification of your revenue? And all that. And obviously this is well explained out. I'm just offering a point of view that it's not static.
I think maybe our, I don't want to say a point of contention, but definitely where there needs to be some realigning or clarity is a lot of our discussions focused on whether or not the city should act as a developer in any capacity. And I think we've kind of touched on it in certain things where EDC stepping in certain areas. And I think there's probably not clarity or alignment there. And since we've got some new members, I think maybe that would be worthwhile to touch on.
Yeah.
Because that seems to come back up every year. And it's,
But before we jump into that, I think that's one of those divergent type things where there's almost each individual situation can be so different from another. There's and we've also, Matt's presented the gamut of what you can do as an economic development corporation. And, in certain situations, we're only going to sit over here. In other situations, we may sit much more further to, being the developer itself. I know we haven't wanted to go all the way to that extent, but there's going to be a gamut of answers depending on the particular development opportunity. So I think we'd like alignment. That may be one of those things that just.
it's setting the guardrails.
Maybe the guardrails.
Yeah, and because I think, and we probably should just go through these chapter talks, because I know it is something that we camp out, each year on. And I agree. I think it's
big discussions too.
They are. And I think they're big discussions because they are on a case by case basis. It's like in this particular one, where do we want to be? Lower Kirby has its own strategy and what we've been doing. We've defined those bumpers. We go over to 35, we have North 35, we have South 35, and I think those parameters are going to be different for each one of those areas. And so I think, but we may want to have a policy, but we don't want to go to here where we own, develop, and sell. Do we want to facilitate? Do we want to be a partner? Do we want to, those types of things anywhere in between, but we don't want to go to here or in certain areas, we don't do anything, right? Because the market's doing it on its own, but site development within Pearland Prosperity Plan, there is a strategy there to help facilitate site development.
I think it's what most cities find in that space is to be choiceful. They're conscious about why they're doing what they're doing. It's not one size fits all. You're either going to do it all or you're not going to do anything. that tends to be just smarter decision-making, because some maybe need a boost, others you don't need to do as much.
You use choiceful instead of intentional.
I was trying to be, yeah. How about that? Yeah, my thesaurus.
So strong economy, A, attract new investments from businesses, driving increased sales, property tax. I think that's an ongoing, that goes back to our bread and butter, main thing. The driving future growth through redevelopment, well, I say the 2.2, sorry. 2.2, driving future growth through redevelopment, reinvestment in older areas of community. I think that's an ongoing, it's going to be years in the making, correct? Next one.
The Old Town under.
That's the Old Town area and some other areas that may pop up, In fact, I think we've had a developer that talked to us, it was probably 3 years ago now, about an old mobile home park where the lots are not like right on top of each other, but they're a little bit bigger on the, I can't remember if it was Parkey or O'Day or back up in there, where they talked selling that whole thing, scraping it and coming in with townhomes or something of that nature. So that would be an example that we want to engage and see what they.
Even a more like on the table now discussion is even like the apartments by the post office.
Right.
It's like, that could make sense if that area, was developed eventually into a certain type of, walkable kind of like, I guess what's in my mind, the vision I have, or maybe some of the discussion we had previously, but maybe if it doesn't morph into that, maybe it doesn't make sense and it's just out of place and slapping density in area, remember it doesn't belong, so.
But all the more to study, right?
Yeah.
Be choiceful how we do it.
I need a footnote on that, Mayor.
What?
I need a footnote.
There you go. All right.
I will share with you, and I'm sure it's happening in the Houston region, what's trending across the country, especially the last few years because of affordable housing, is increase in multifamily, downzoning, and vertical growth. And you want to generate a lot of attention at a council meeting, rezone a piece of property and raise the height standards on it. You'll pack the council chambers for sure. There's a lot of pressure.
Come to our meeting on March 4th. Yes.
I'm out of town. But I think you're going to see that continue.
Watch online.
About I'll watch on vertical growth. That's happening in a lot of communities, which is raising density. I'm just sharing with you that.
No, so to your point, and just a note to council, especially, we talked a little bit about it legislative sessions last year, but it will be back a year from now when we're in session. I forget the bill number, but it was where it could go to
20-foot lots.
Well, but yeah, it could go to, 20 lots to the acre, whatever that number was, 1,200 square foot lots and all that kind of stuff. So that bill failed the legislature by one vote. Guess what? It's coming back. Okay. And at TML, I sat through a presentation on all of this, and they had pretty good panel discussion about it. And the conversation was, this is happening all over the country. Every state and every community is trying to figure out, there is no standard, there is no best practices, there is no one size fits all. Everybody's looking at it. Every state is doing what Texas is doing and looking at different ways to do this. So it's coming back. And so I don't know I think it's in our best interest to have a seat at the table in discussing what we'd like to see. Doesn't mean that we get what we want, but I think it'd be better for us to engage, the legislative bodies and those kind of things and say, here's what we can stomach. I don't know that we want a tiny home community on just, anywhere, but could that be a component within our community? I don't know. We need to engage and talk about that, but it's coming. That issue is not going away. We will see it in the next legislative session. And how does that affect our zoning? How does that affect, because if they come in and just say, thou shalt, how does that affect us? And so I think it's coming. So keep going. 2, 3, engaging employers and education partners on workforce issues, increasing the number of residents who work in Pearland. I think that's ongoing. Actually made lots of strides this year in that, which is good. 2, 4,
Continue work with governmental partners to secure state and federal funding. Examples include grants including community development to block grant and transportation improvement plan. Strive growth in neighboring communities by developing north-south corridors. I think that's going to be an ongoing, forever, opportunity. I even mentioned at the TPC meeting yesterday, I made a note for call for projects and everything. We just should put every one of our north-south in there every time it comes around and see what shakes out, as we do it.
Let me offer this to you, Mayor and Council. If the outcome of this session is you reaffirm these milestones, there's value in that because you had a chance to talk about it. So it's not about, try not to measure the success of today by the length of that you added a bunch of new ones. It's reaffirming it means there's clarity among all of you. And that drives the attention by Trent and the staff to continue to put their foot on the gas about these so they can bring them back to you for your consideration.
Patrick, to me, the best possible outcome of this, for me, has been that we just walk out of here knowing, having a metric, and that has been absent for so long, and just having that ability to point to things, to me, is a huge success.
We've taken baby steps. Yeah. It's a good. It doesn't mean that we, like all of these, I think they stay in and I think they're there indefinitely. They just will be. And we may add some, something will pop up, whatever. Yeah.
Anything else on the strong economy? Lunch is going to be here at what time, noon? It's here. You want to pause now and take a lunch break? I think this is safe
community could be a while.
Why don't we take a lunch break? We had blocked 30 minutes. Can we get together back at 12:15? Maybe you end up wrapping up with a working lunch a little bit? Yeah. So we'll pause now. It's in the break room, right, Megan? Thank you.
I've been eating all morning.
Yeah, I know.
I got one bite. It's really good. So far.
Okay, all right. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch, nice light lunch. It's like it's a Saturday full of carbs. As Darren said, he feels like he's on a cruise. There's more food over there too, by the way. So help your, and snacks over here. And the refrigerator is full of soft drinks and other things. So help yourself. I should have mentioned that this morning. I'll wait till Megan comes back before I embarrass her. So, so we want to pick up where we left off. On item 3, which is safe community, which is on the screen. Lots going on here. Trent devoted quite a bit of his time providing updates. There's a lot in the queue. Some of these are multi-year. One of the areas I'm sure has been shared with you that cities are experiencing around the country, this has been going back the last few years, is money is not going as far as it used to. Not just about inflation based on price of materials. I have clients in certain parts of this country who put projects out to bid. They got no responses because the lack of access to human capital is the first time in our country's history, at least for all of us that are alive, we're seeing the economy be impacted by the organization's inability to find and keep people. Talk to contractors. Talk about turnover. They're experiencing it tremendously. So that obviously impacts their ability, as Trent said earlier about the project. The FHWA did not issue the letter on you going back out to bid. You sure hope that that same company bids and it's a reasonable competitive bid. But it's definitely a seller's market, not a buyer's market in capital improvements anymore. It used to be there was more for the buyers. Now it's more of a sellers. So. Questions about safe community and all the projects under drainage?
Does 3.1 need to move to 4.6 and be under infrastructure?
Yeah, well, we talk about in both, keeping your property safe, keeping you safe, in flood situations, but then the actual projects are infrastructure. So it's one of those that links between the two.
In 5.2, we talk about the internal service funds to fund drainage.
Comments about that? 5.2, the internal service fund? You want to keep that separate where it is now, or? Just so you can isolate it? Blend it in here?
Some of the framework where this got placed maybe last year was leading up to the bond board. Right. It is infrastructure. I've always, when we talk about safe community, what's always at top of mind is emergency operations, fire, police. But there's always the infrastructure thing that's piece of that as well. We have good water infrastructure for fire. We've got to have good road infrastructure to have good response times. Got to have good drainage infrastructure so that when we get into an emergency situation, we're not pulling as many people or hopefully no people out of it. So I think that's why I'm maybe got to plug in there now. But since we have the sustainable infrastructure, probably it fits either place. Maybe a better home in infrastructure.
Well, I guess if we condense this from 5 to 3 or 4.
I mean, go along that line, you could say, roads, and the road fund needs to be under safe. But we got to drive a fire truck on the road. So, I don't know. When I look at it and I see drainage, where does it fit? It's infrastructure.
I agree.
The infrastructure.
Let's move it.
That's it. All right. So
Moving
moving,
away, we just move it.
Yeah.
All right.
we'll move that. That will be moved.
I guess can we differentiate that it's physical structure? Okay. I think that's maybe the key.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it also shows how these are all linked.
Yeah.
There's some level. On 3.2 at the bottom of page 8, fire. passage was complete. There was an update provided about what that is going to fund during Trent's update. A lot involved with that. Questions about 3.2, item 2, or there's several items there, item 2.
I thought we were staying high at just like a 3.2, 3.3.
Just want to see if there's any questions.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any areas in particular, Trent, you wanted to dig deeper into on fire.
No, I mean, fire is a very short descriptor. I think everything underneath that's ongoing efforts and valid, so I don't.
Police starts at the bottom of page 10, 3.3.
Where's the shared,
Dispatch?
yeah, dispatch?
That's fire.
Falls under 3.2. Also, the comment about office time, they might be able to come out of there if it's done.
Opticom is, I believe there's still a small percentage of traffic signals that need to be loaded, but the equipment is, it's on the equipment part.
I think that's asked under the staff action plans. We'll pick those off as we complete them. So, okay, that, let's see where where'd you say
Right above the optical issue.
That's I,
there it is, okay.
lowercase I for one.
There it is.
That's
Anything else on police or fire? Did you have anything you wanted to dig deeper into?
No, I think these are all straightforward. At least the staff action plan is moving forward in all these areas.
Just a question on the gun range and driving track. I know we had a issue with our big property where we'll have to shake that right now on that.
So, yeah.
That's why I just.
Emergency management's at the bottom of page 11, 3.4.
I think C-Spires, Real-Time Crime Center, that's a platform, but is it a physical space as well, or is it integrated into dispatch?
It's a physical space as well for our fall training center, second floor, for events and front center. We'll have a system set up similar to what dispatch looks like with all the screen, laptops and everything in there. No, it's
We'll have, when we update these, we'll have to follow up on progress and where we are. But it's in process of being.
dispatch has access to it. Already utilize software, already access to intersection cameras right now. And just moving to that one.
Anything on emergency management?
I did want to bring council's attention, been working with Peter and Melanie on emergency planning a little bit in the aftermath of a storm event or whatever. As you guys know, we do a very good job preparing, love it, but then there's a human element on the end of it. other end of it, how do we free up some of our resources at the city to go and put the city together and let faith-based organizations, service organizations, and others really shine in their mission of helping the community. And so we've been having some conversations with Modern Acts, a group in our community, about kind of being the liaison of helping us identify who, what, and where. So we'll actually have a meeting coming up with them that they're driving several churches as well as other service organizations to come to. It's kind of an organizational thing that, you know, a point of distribution. If you're mucking out houses, this is where we need to go. We have this. So we have a go-to standard plan in the aftermath of one. We're not developing it along the way on the fly. So we'll actually have that aftermath, if you will, you know, in hand. So it's a work in progress.
To support that, kind of give a little bit of insight into why I think it's important is, you know, I've been in the EOC. I know Matt's dealt with this as well. You know, you've got churches and other organizations calling in saying, hey, we can stand up a shelter. Hey, we can help out with this. Hey, we can help out with that. And it's very sporadic and chaotic. And then you're sorting through, okay, do you have all these things? Do you have these elements where you can actually set up a shelter, or do you not? And so it's really advanced planning of that so that whatever the disaster is, you've got the contacts are there. You know, we're not trying to stand that up from scratch or manage that from scratch when we go to emergency ops. And it really, as we talked about earlier, you know, what we do and what happens in the community, does it reside with the local government or does it reside with other organizations? This is one of those ones where I think we can have a little bit of that partnerships there.
But of that Pearland Recovery Committee that Peter talks about is important for a future milestone.
Yeah, so that's what I kind of had written down. Maybe this goes into that.
I just want to bring attention to it. So it's something that's coming. I think it'll be, hopefully, as I said, hopefully we don't use it. But if we need it, it's there.
So it's going to be community-driven volunteers.
Yeah. But to his point, we'll have a go-to contact. So if somebody calls, link here, y'all go. Right.
That then ties into
And
the
we
warehouse.
use our resources, put the city back together.
And the warehouse supply will be where they have, okay.
Right.
Stored.
Anything else on emergency operations? Moving on to page 12, item 4, sustainable infrastructure. Sidewalks, water sewer, motor pool, facilities, IT.
We'll plunk the drainage piece down in here.
Then does it make sense to pull 5.2? You've got internal service funds for IT, fleet, facility, pull that into the infrastructure part? I guess that, we'll talk about that when we get to the
I think there's a little bit of, that supports your sustainability and IT and facilities infrastructure, but I think those are a little bit more of the financial plan. How do you develop a resilient financial piece? So could go to place. A little bit intentional to have that there, but any Andrew or Victor's got any thoughts on where it resides? I think until we have what we would consider, fully funded internal service funds, I think that been the keeping it as a priority and financial sustainability piece. Go either way. Being very divergent. Or how do we?
Question about sidewalks or water sewer improvements that are planned. A lot underway. A lot in the queue. 4.4 is the facilities, 4.5 is IT. Charter pool.
It's done.
Questions, comments? Questions, comments about any of those? Water, sewer, facilities, water pool, IT? A lot underway. Obviously own a lot of assets. You're essentially simply trying to sustain their quality, the O&M part of it. Not always sexy to the general public, but it's part of the backbone of the community and to the organization. There's probably very few, if any, employee that doesn't touch a keypad at some point during the day.
Yep.
So that the days of, it's ubiquitous, so. Drainage, that was discussed. Those items will be moved over. Trying to move at a steady clip here. Number 5 at the bottom of 15, resilient finances. Includes staffing, the internal service fund, the CIP, the auditing, customer service. Lots covered here.
And I think to Tony's point, I think you're just talking about the financial side of the internal service funds under resilient finance. Not getting into the nuts and bolts of how it's done, just the financial side of it. And I think the internal service funds are an actual big example of resilient finance. Classic example.
I don't know if Trent, you know, talked about this, but you brought it up this morning. If you look at the tax consultant that you're bringing in to look at that provision, do you want to look at that maybe as a potential milestone going forward in this update? But what the work they're going to do and the financial, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
In relation to the TERS,
Yeah, the tours and anything else you're having them do?
It's a milestone.
Sure, I'm thinking of a more general reference to medium-term financial planning, somewhere in this, and there'll be a range of activities on that, which will, looking at tax rate, looking at PERS, looking at revenue expenditures over the longer term.
looking at the MUDs.
MUDs, all of that. And see that as an additional.
So that'd be like mid-range financial planning or
Medium-term financial planning.
How do you differentiate this from our standard? We're not talking about it.
This is us taking a 3 to 5 year look on the, particularly on the general part of the enterprise funds O&M side. For like 2-3 years back.
Would it make sense to set, let's say, ongoing maintenance milestones as far as funding? So if we get up to a point that 50% or 75% of what our ongoing maintenance cost is funded, looking at future bond or anything like that, that our milestones are kind of based on our ability to year over year fund our maintenance?
I would think that that's maybe a policy discussion you have after you get the advice from the tax consultant. If you want to base those on trends and is that affordable? Because committing to that percentage.
I know it's going to be variable, yeah, year over year, but
that's a little bit more getting into kind of actionable plan.
Might be a little bit early to do that just yet until you have a better sense of the numbers. I would share with you, increasingly, especially post-COVID, more and more cities are doing 3 to 5 year financial plans to look at revenue, look at the expense side, which is more predictable in some respects. Because 80% of your general fund is probably wages and salaries. So there's a little bit higher level of predictability looking at the revenue side.
and so the reliability falls off, what, it like starts at year 3 and really just takes a nosedive in year 5, or
Well, I think some of it, you're trying to get at least, without doing just simple extrapolation of trends, and I'm not an expert on that, but you're at least trying to see some of those are foretelling the type of financial future you're going to have on the revenue side. The expense side is more constant.
It'd be a 5-year rolling forecast. Your first 3 years are more predictable. But at least, even if we have some economic development things or long-term projects or big mixed-use center or something like that, where, what, and how, because it's going to take X years to put it in place. How does that affect?
And I'm thinking about this from that public facing perspective, that when we do put this out, that it's clear the reason that we're doing it in these intervals is because there are reliability issues if we go beyond that we can have a 20-year vision and plan, but the approach and shift based on, this priority we're setting in place because of the inability to foretell the future.
Yeah, this is a really rudimentary graphic. So, but really what you're looking at, especially on the general fund and the enterprise funds, is just a brighter color here. You're trying to make sure, the revenues are doing this, always ascending, always trending up. And you want to get a good sense about where the expenses are and how wide that gap is here. Because at some point, what cities have found out that their expenses exceed the revenue. So how do they do some pre-planning for that? So there's some level of conjecture. I'm just sharing that as general, right? They're trying to say, how do they stay conscious of that? And because cities are finding a 1 year, even a 2 year financial plan does not sometimes encompass enough of the variables to say, how can they get out in front of them?
And I'm trying to think of just clearer ways to illustrate that, again, when this is put out into the public.
Right.
If I were to go read this, not just see this is what we're doing, but the why.
You're trying to do that, as the mayor said earlier, you're trying to be proactive about saying some of those are some level of certainty, they're going to happen. And try to be more proactive about doing that.
I think, you have, like we're saying, the revenues is the really hard part.
Yes.
Maybe as you get out, you see what that range looks like. The expenditures, we can project a little tighter, and we always have our operating costs associated with our capital program as well, and we got to make sure that's plugged into the future expenditures to make sure we can afford leading those capital projects and maintaining and operating those capital projects. Whether it be a park expansion or any other that next road project. And we have those, and those are easier to plug in. So it's just making sure that we're tight on those. On the cost side of things, when we get out to 4 to 5 years on revenues, it gets scary because just the how different it is year to year, depending on what property tax or what property values do, what sales tax does. But from your graph, I was going to comment that it looks like that every year we'll have a bigger budget than the previous year. The biggest budget we've ever had.
It is.
Yeah. As long as we're a growing city, that's at some point.
Yeah, some cities' budgets flatline, but their expenses continually rise, and that creates real challenges for them if the revenue is not climbing.
I suggest we 3 and 4. This
That one was worth it.
Sorry, Victor, go ahead.
I suggest we go up 5.3 and 5.4 because those are very much internally focused, short-term activities in a particular department. And then put in the medium-term financial plan as an actual, goal that will be monitored at this level.
Thoughts about that?
Idea.
Victor suggests to remove 5.3, the auditing, the CIP, and 5.4, customer service. Those are ongoing. They're sort of internal, if you will. Issue with pulling those? They're still going to have attention.
I don't have any issue. I think there's one thing under that that's kind of in progress, but it can fall under infrastructure. We'll make sure we pick that up. It's under infrastructure, so we'll make sure, we don't drop any of the pieces of that. And I'm talking about, that would be 5.4 all the way at the bottom, number 4.
4, yes, agreed.
We grab that, it's over in infrastructure, make sure everything is captured here, is still captured there.
Right.
Now, before we get into the whole community, All right, I have a special guest that's going to help us get through the food coma. Charlie, do you want to come up here? She's our special guest. Come on up here. She is our designated fitness instructor. The food coma is kicking in. We looked around the room, we saw some people nodding off, didn't we?
He was not, no.
She took her nap early.
So you know, your talk earlier this morning put her to sleep. I'll let you draw your own. I asked her during break, are you having a good time? I love the rawness of kids. No, not really. She's a good sport though. So she's going to ask everybody to stand up.
All right.
Be the food coma. HR is going to have you sign a waiver before you do any physical activity. What are we going to do first? Touch the sky? Okay, tell everybody, say, touch the sky.
Touch the sky.
Stretch.
Could be a good cop one day.
Position.
Now what? Touch our toes?
Touch our toes.
Good luck.
Touch the sky.
Touch the sky, she says.
So the good idea.
She's lined up a chiropractor at break for all of us. Touch our toes?
Touch our toes.
Touch our toes.
Right? Don't turn any of those.
Touch the sky.
We need some jumping jacks.
She's having a little too much fun. What do you think? More touch the toes?
Touch our toes.
Shoulders and your
Right on
knees.
Lifting those.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. It's good to see young people to remind us how inflexible we are.
Inflexible?
Yes. I thought that was a good segue going into this topic of whole community, being flexible. Anybody see the subtlety there based on the earlier discussion today? Thanks a lot, Charlie.
Before we jump back into this, I was going to ask Carrie she's our Parks and Recreation Director, and just, this is real tied in with what she does on a day-to-day basis. And so I think hearing from her is important to see how she looks at this as well. So, Carrie.
You want to come up here, Carrie?
Come.
So one of the things that I hear so often is that our residents think they do believe they live in the best community. And one of the reasons that I believe that is because we focus on whole community. There's so many different things that we do daily with all of the different departments that focus on that. And it makes us the community of choice. There's a lot of communities out there right now that they, have so many differences. They don't feel included. They don't feel involved, whether it's political, whether it is because of their cultural beliefs. And by the work that we do, by all of us saying it's a priority to have a whole community, our residents, whether it's real or perceived, they feel like they have a place where they belong. And if we, if they take that away, we take that away and we say that's not a priority anymore. How long is it before us as a community, before that goes away? If we're, they always say what gets talked about gets done. If we talk about it and it's at the forefront of everybody's minds, we're doing it sometimes intentionally or even unintentionally. I mentioned there's so many different things that we do. Councilmember Hernandez mentioned it earlier. It's telling people this is the why we do what we do. It's because we have this as a priority. I've heard a little bit about some of the priorities direct our funding. Yes, we're always going to ask for more money, but think about it as giving us as staff the direction that we need. If we keep a whole community a priority, it keeps the conversations going and allow us to have the conversations with you all. If there are, different ways that we can become a whole community, then maybe from year to year, we switch those priorities. So for example, in Parks and Recreation, we do a lot of things, all contributing to the whole community priority.
But if we say we want to do a few things and we want to do them really great, well, then we reallocate our resources to that. We reallocate our staff resources, we reallocate our budget resources to focus, to really hone in on focusing on those things. This last time, or last year, it came up, well, let's expand event hosting. That's great. But what are all of the other things that we're doing? We just built a lot of athletic complexes. Youth sports are exploding right now. Do we continue to expand event hosting and build athletics? And our senior center is busting at the seams. Do we continue to expand that as well? We can't do it all for just various, budget, unless you all want to just start writing the checks. We absolutely can. But we want to do what we want to do is do what we do very targeted. We want to focus on the things that we do, and we want to do them really well. And so by keeping this a priority will allow us to continue to engage in those conversations and say, for us, this year, we want to focus on whole community by expanding events and building really great parks. That means we're going to put the brakes on building a skate park or building, new athletic complexes or whatever those things are. You all get to set that direction, and then it's up to us to follow through on those things. So for us, having a whole community strategic or a priority for whole community will allow us to get that direction from you all. And yes, I will always come back and I will always ask for more money because we want to do more and more. But ultimately what it's going to allow us to do is with our existing resources, shift some of those priorities and focus on what's important to you all.
So, and I'll ask the question then, because you brought up a great point. You know your staff, you know your department, better than we do. So define what do you do excellent? If there's something in this that you would drop, what would it be? It might be one or two things, I don't know. But I'd rather hear from you on these, and then how we allocate where they go, whether it's a called out or if it's something, and I've got an idea on how we do that. But define what you do well, find what we need more of, and then what can we drop?
Yeah. So, like right now on the spot. I mean, the answer to your question is we do a lot really well. We do. But we are spread very thin. I think that some of the things that we have been focusing on right now is the great places. Building and expanding our parks to make sure that our parks meet the needs of our community. We do events very, very well. Some of the things where we find the needs, we're looking at how to, build cultural activities into our events. We're looking at ways that through all of our facilities that they are accessible, so everyone has access to our facilities. That's a tough question because we do it all very, very well. And we've had these conversations internally as a department as well, that if we had to, give here,
Carrie, like the milestones that were established last year. Important there is obviously we passed the bond back. We've got to build
those are
Tom Bass thing.
I mean, is that
That's like pushing, rope up a hill.
Yeah, so one of the things with the relationship that we have with Tom Bass and that came out of that, while we ended up not working with them to renovate their amphitheater, we developed a really strong relationship with them to where now I just sent an email, we're wanting to expand our summer camps. Our summer camps sold out within 3 minutes this year. But from looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, we don't have the facilities within the city to be able to grow our camp program, but they do. So through that work that we did with them, it created that connection to where I could pick up the phone, call them and say, hey, we need to expand our camps. Do you want to do it with us? That's what we want to focus on. I don't think that expanding into renovating their park or taking over their park or anything like that. We have great facilities ourselves and we need to start maximizing those facilities. The 2 bond projects, those are huge. Those are going to make a very big difference in our community. So I think those were done very, very well. The expanding event hosting, I think that we need to look at a couple of things. One, when the cultural arts master plan comes out, I think there's going to be some really good takeaways in there. We could bring in a consultant. We could have them come and tell us, do a feasibility study and tell us what we need to do for expanding event hosting. But I think we've got some things happening already that will allow us to do that. And then looking at, is that really huge event going to capture all of the things, or there are a lot of other things that through the, right now today, if staff have been sending me pictures, we've got Miracle League open today. We had a partnership with with A-List, and they're doing the Chinese New Year event. We've got, the Dragon Dancers at the rec center right now. Those things are amazing, and those have very little impact on our budget. But through partnerships that we're building, those are the things that we're able to accomplish. We're going to continue looking for organizations to partner with us to expand our event hosting, and it's going to happen, and it's going to happen very organically, I think, at some point, rather than taking and writing a big check to, let's just build this brand new event. Let's look at what we've got that's hitting those targets, and then let's expand on those through our community partnerships.
I think that there's ways of supporting the strategic priorities, the strategic priority of whole community that obviously take dollars and have to be prioritized against things, but there's many things that we can do that don't take additional dollars that, or can be reallocated dollars. So
You could take our staff and have them working on building out, creating a brand new event, or you can take those same staff and having them seek partnerships within the community to where we help and support and grow those, and we're ultimately accomplishing.
Yeah, so I don't know how, there's some of these priorities, the milestones that probably could morph and change. I like Tom Bass. I think that's on hold or gone or whatever.
revisit it when it,
We'll revisit it, from time to time or whatever. I think that's where we do that. Bond package has been approved. It's going to be, moving forward.
Well, Mayor, does that belong here? Does that belong in board?
And that would be, where does it fall and how do we do that? A regional event held in Pearland, have we,
We talked about what Frontier Day, bringing Frontier Day.
yeah, we
Founders Day.
had a subsequent discussion of, do we, are we looking to do a additional community-centric event? Or are we looking to have what do we call, an event where we're drawing outside folks,
Like a tourism, like people that we want to bring people
type
from.
event, a music fest, it doesn't have to be that, but are we trying to draw people out from the outside in, or are we trying to do something internal? And we had that discussion. We never really got any clear direction on that. So that milestone's kind of just sat there.
and again, so where
Needs to be discussed and revisited as well.
so where it goes, Train Depot, we've done phase one. That's going to be an ongoing. Is that there? Does that go under facilities?
Cultural Arts Master Plan isn't anywhere in this, so when
the Cultural Arts Master Plan comes out, whatever it dictates, I don't know where that fits. If we had this as a priority, I think that's where it fits. Moving forward. So I see whole community, whether we want to call it that or have a designated category for it, I see it is the why we do all the other stuff. We have a safe community, we have great infrastructure, we have resilient finances, because that's what brings our whole community together, from east and west and everything else, and it's united. So how we come up with it, I think what I want to make sure is we convey to Parks and you and everyone else that you guys add tremendous value to our community. I don't think anybody wants to, look, we're doing away with parks. To your comment, we should be mentioning it, we should call it out, we should have it there, because if we don't, it gets forgotten, right?
Right.
So I think it's important that we do that. How we do that logistically in this plan is, it can be artful in how we do it, and I mean that. It can be, it's a different category, and you overlap with a lot of different departments. All of your events take all of our departments to put on. As an example, and we do events well. We get tremendous, feedback from our events. So how do we do that? But I see that it's the whole community that brings us together, celebrate our community together, and that's involved. I don't know how we show that. I've got a graphic that I drew up real quick that could show that, but it's how do we do that in our goals? Because I don't hear anybody saying we should do away with parks, or we should do away with this program or that program. It's just, is it the same type of priority as infrastructure or safety, but it's important? And I want to make sure that we focus that it's important, but how do we graphically as well as organizationally depict it?
without the whole community, we don't need any of the other stuff. If we don't have a community, what do we need any of the other things for?
I don't know that I agree with that. I
That's
think,
fine. I mean, we don't have to agree on that. That's, I mean,
Can I
the whole
just,
community, just leaving that as a focus, no matter what, even we're saying to the residents that we see them, we know they're important to us, even if we can't fund some of this stuff right now, it is still a focus.
Well, and to add on to that, by you all as our leading body, as our city council, by saying that that's a priority, that also influences a lot of our donors and a lot of our sponsors and a lot of our community partners, because it's a priority to you, then it's a priority to them as well.
I think the title is what's probably a hiccup, in my opinion, when you did that survey. What does whole community mean? Unless you have this, like,
you don't know what it means.
it doesn't know what it means.
The quality of life, you know?
I mean, I think I think maybe the title may need to change.
Slightly different. I see it as providing a place for everyone, right? So a sense of belonging. Whereas I think quality of life is more just like, it's nice to hear because I got amenities and stuff, but do I fit into this community somewhere? Is there a place for me?
Quality of place.
But to me, a whole community involves the top 5 things, right? I mean, in Joseph's point, you might as well get up north. But
Well,
to me,
I think it's the opposite. I think all of those things exist. It's, can I integrate myself into these things? Do I have a voice in saying that these things are done in a certain way or in a certain manner or provide a certain quality? And then,
I'm certainly not advocating that we get rid of it. I think if you're going to market this, I think it's important. Again, it's everybody in this room may understand it, but when you go outside this room, people might say, well, what does that even mean? Whole community. Yeah, I want my fire. I want my police. I want, farms. It could incorporate a lot. So I think maybe it's in the wording that's getting lost here. At least in my opinion, it is.
I think maybe graphically you could depict that if we were to go down to 5, then you've got your 5. There's like the whole community is kind of surrounds all that, where we don't just completely drop it, but it's not, it encompasses the 5 or something.
Right.
I don't know how we do that. I can think about how we do that graphically. I don't know how we do that from a strategic priority write-up standpoint, but
Yeah, so my observation of it, we're mixing up what's, why's and how's from my perspective. So, infrastructure, public safety, strong economy, those are what's, those are activities, those are things we do. Managing our finances properly, being trusted to make decisions well, that's how you do things. And for me, we do it because we have a sense of community that we want to celebrate and we want to grow. And we want to give people a sense of belonging, and that's our purpose. So I think that's part of the problem, as I see it. We're having an argument we don't really need to have, I don't think.
I think it's a discussion, not an argument. I think it's a healthy discussion. And so, thank you, Carrie. I drew this out because I think it's important that if it's a line item in a budget, that it's got to have a place somewhere in our priorities, right? It's got to go somewhere. Does it dovetail underneath some of these others? I think some of these are hard to put them in a category. It doesn't make sense to be in the category. So I did this, that the P is our city. It's our people. It's the people of Pearland. It's who we are as a community. They are in the center of everything that we do. We have a trusted government, safe community, strong economy, sustainable infrastructure, and resilient finances. That's what we do. We do these things so the community as a whole is in the middle of it, and how that gets depicted in our priorities. Everything we do in infrastructure, safe community, any of these is because of the people in our community. And that's the reason why I did the P. Obviously, we're Pearland, but it's also people. And whole community is really about people and how we bring people together. So that's kind of how I see it. I don't see it as a lesser priority. I see it as a centric priority. It's the why we do what we do. We have a safe community because the people demand it. We have excellent infrastructure because the people ask for it and want it. We have resilient finances because people we have a trusted government because that's what people want. That's kind of how I see this. And what goes up underneath that and how we do this in a, not necessarily graphic form, but in actual priority form. I think it's important that some of what we're talking about here under whole community, whether we rename it or whatever, is important because there is budgetary implications behind it. And if we don't have it called out, where does it go in the budget? How do we do that? Anyway.
So I'm going to ask a favor here, building on that. So this is kind of risky to do after lunch, but close your eyes for a moment. Indulge me for a few seconds here and close your eyes and think of some of the best memories in your life. Maybe it's when you got married. Maybe it's when you got unmarried. Maybe it's the birth of a child. Maybe it's an incredible trip that you've taken. Some of the best experiences in your life. Now open your eyes. I would seriously doubt anybody in here had words crawl across their mind's eye. People think in images, snapshots. Think about what you reflected on. They were images. I would ask you to think about when people think of Pearland, what do they think about? What image comes to mind in their head when they think about their living here? Because remember, people are here by choice. What's the experience? We live in an experience-based economy. What's the experience like living here? And lifestyle has become a dominant theme of people of all generations. And you're right in that space, not solely, but you're a service provider in that. You don't provide some of those opportunities. No one will. I'm just sharing that with you to kind of reinforce the notion about what do people think of. We all do that. There's no right or wrong answer to that, but people tend to think in images. If you ask residents, not a survey, but what comes to mind when they're enjoying their life here in the community, it'd be interesting to see what they say. Of course, they're going to take some of these things for granted. Nobody's going to say my water works. You know, those are people, we all assume that. So that's not very sexy to the general public. Or, you know, the streets are safe. People just sort of, we all make assumptions about that. And we know they're not automatic. Many of the things that they probably enjoy the most are the things you choose to do that are value added to their lifestyle, much like Carrie just shared about. That sort of differentiates you as a community. We've all lived in communities where those things weren't done. It's not better or worse, it's just different. So as your community continually evolves, obviously there's constraints there by finances and commitment and level of commitment and O&M and all those other things. So maybe it is about changing the wording. The whole community, when I first read it, did seem a little clunky. It's a consulting term. It seems a little clunky, but there's no perfect way to describe it. Quality of life, amenities, cities say recreation. A lot of cities, great place to live, work, and
modify that ever so slightly, only in that not what people think about living here, but what people think about wanting potentially live here. Because that's really the thing where people aren't thinking, oh, I wonder if the water is going to come out of my faucet if I move to Pearland. I mean, they're really, I think, first and foremost, what I hear is, you know, what school district am I going to be in? How much, you know, can I afford? And, you know, what is accessibility to amenities? You know, like, can I go shopping? Can I go eating? Can I get
Safety up there as well.
right? Safety for sure.
Safety in schools.
But I think safety is probably, this is based on things that, you know, I read a lot, particularly about city stuff, City Beautiful stuff. That is more of a, I'm looking at suburbs. It's not, I'm looking at a particular city. I'm looking at outside of the city.
The major city.
Yeah. So those types of things, I think, thinking about why would I want to live in Pearland? Let me look at it if I'm examining, you know, the housing stock that's there and I'm thinking about these things here. That's where I look at Pearland and think, I'm just coming to the table, figure out where I want to live. I've got a very strong sense of the community because I happen to have been a business owner here and I developed relationships, and that's my bond to the community of those relationships. It would take a lot to rip me apart from the relationships that I have in the community. But that's maybe not the case if I came here because I initially moved here to live. And I'm a very different use case than a Tony who would be looking at the schools and the things, you know, for his kids. I don't have that. So
if I can, for the sake of discussion and keep the conversation moving, at least for the moment, let's put the term to the side and talk about the items in the term, because I think based on your earlier discussion, some of these action items are coming off the list. Right. And then maybe we come back to it, or maybe I would ask for your indulgence a little bit to allow Trent and the staff to go back and polish it a little bit of language. Right? I think they're picking up the sentiment of where you're coming from. I'm just asking for that indulgence here. We don't want to try to wordsmith it, I don't think necessarily in here.
Right.
Because then it ends up being,
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to go through a while ago, like Tom Bass, I think it comes off.
Yeah.
Or if it does, it's a check-in every 5 years to see if there's something that goes there. It might get revisited as we talk about trail plan, in that area, bond package, we passed it.
That infrastructure.
Implementation of that moves to infrastructure. Annual regional event, I mean, again, and even here, I just look back to consensus requested. I mean, ultimately, is council ready to, what, where, and how? Is that something that we just talk about in the background and see where and what something comes up? Or do we drop it all together? Train Depot, like I said, that moves to facilities.
Can I, on the event thing, the regional event, Carrie brought up the point earlier, and I know we've had some festivals come into Pearland, particularly like during the pandemic and stuff, that came, some of them stayed, some of them left. But I think that's another opportunity as well, is, again, it's creating the brand and the image. Yeah.
If somebody wants to bring their festival here, we're gonna let them do it because it's their work, not us. And we want.
And that was part of the impetus behind my push for the enhancements at the park is, if I want to have a festival at the park, I've got a million other options out there that are providing me the infrastructure necessary to put on this event. We may not have that in Pearland. So Pearland is not even on my vision board, right? So I'm going to all these other communities because I can stand up a festival and create millions of dollars in sales over the course of a weekend. But I can't do that in Pearland. But now possibly I can. So I think,
I mean, with 6.3, Carrie just said, what I heard is use your partnerships and use your connections to bring in, leverage what's already working well, not necessarily going out and writing a check to a consultant to bring in the festival.
That's definitely that we were seeing how to confess. A perfect example is the farmers markets growing. It's huge. We're wanting to be out there and be a part of that, and we're seeing the numbers just double and triple each month. What can we do to support them, to help them? You all asked for an audit of our special events. We did that. We determined a couple of them that aren't meeting our needs, and it's not going to be an easy conversation to say, hey, Trick or Treat Trail, we're not going to do this, but there's about 20 other organizations out there that are. And then we take those resources, staff resources, and we put that into Springfest to where we can evolve that and make that something bigger or greater. Or we put that into the farmers market to help create an experience to where people can come out once a month and they can get access to local produce, plus they can spend the whole day in the park, relaxing. So those types of things are all options rather than just doing one huge thing and then that's what we sign off on. What can we do more of and do more, like, pick several things that we can do kind of contradicts what I said. It's not, when I said, we want to have a targeted focus, this is what I have. Are there ways that we can meet some of these small goals by supporting the farmers market, by supporting other event organizers that are coming in? How can we do that through what we've already got? If you all choose to expand on event hosting, then we've got an incredible team and we've got some information that, takes from Arts Master Plan. We can do that and we can make that happen and that will be amazing. But if we're going to do that, then we might not be able to do something else over here. We need to be realistic of that, that if we put more in this bucket, the main buckets aren't going to go away, but they may not be as good.
I also would like to interject that if we are looking at an event with our expenditure plan, we need to contemplate and consider if funding for that event comes from the CBD, we have an obligation that it does need to have visitation. So resident-centric programming becomes less of a priority, but can still be a part of it. But we need to have the visitation if we're relying on CBD funds.
We had a workshop or discussion item on that. Basically, you've got $45 million sitting in your account.
7.
Okay. So we got plenty of money to be able to do that. 2.3 million is 15% of what you collected in the past 10 years. There's money available that we can do things with.
Right. You just have to put a different lens on it when you're.
Yeah, I understand there's restrictions on it. I understand there's restrictions, but what I'm saying is we've been hoarding that money for a while So we've got the capability of doing something with it and being able to open that up in an avenue to be able to fund things that we have not entertained previously.
I would suggest maybe around regional event and special events that maybe we morph Milestone in here to where it's maybe completely CDV's overall arts plan and see what kind of things around this come out of that we want to action in the future. And that maybe helps us figure out what that is in the future, because we kind of hadn't settled on what we want. And then maybe that, instead of trying to figure that out here, we can rely on that plan to help inform us better and make some decisions.
And that would roll up into strong economy, right?
The Old Town Master Plan, did you want to talk about that? Is that staying?
That's really, and it says it in here, it's over in strong economy priority 2.1. It just last year wound up in places, so we just recognized it.
It would seem 6.6 needs to come off. That's an ongoing action, right?
I think we've enacted that, and it'll be going. It doesn't need to be a continuous milestone.
How about 6.7? You did that. You're doing that every year.
I think it's kind of tied in with what we just talked about.
6.8, you just finished. Well, you're doing the comp plan, right?
Yeah, in somewhere I put that with strong economy.
2.2.
6.9 is what you're doing now. Okay.
What's left under home under whatever we're calling this?
It would seem is to complete the cultural arts master plan to provide you recommendations, right? You just mentioned that.
Yes.
The, let's see, Old Town.
The Old Town moved.
Do we need to add CBB? Or you're trying
Let's take a shot at maybe how we formulate events and results of the cultural plan and see where that fits. So
Would it be reasonable for us to put together a workshop that outlined a lot of the things that we do and how they fit into that priority, and then allow at that point for the, like, to say, you know, here's a lot of options, here's how they all fit, and then maybe that would be years to think of using that category?
I think so. I would say yes, because here's the elephant in the room. They're very passionate about keeping 6. They're very anti about keeping number 6. I don't care. I can go either way. Because we recently passed a prosperity plan that went from 7
to 11.
to 11, with adding more. And at that point, Mayor said, hey, we can consolidate to 2. We can increase it to 13. I think, in my opinion, I would like to see the name different. And I would like to see, if it's only going to have 2 things, then yes, we probably need to get away with it. But if we can figure out some other action items you can put in there, we keep it. But if it's today, if you ask me, hey, there's only Old Town site and the CVB cultural plan that we're doing.
Outside side.
Yeah, it's moved.
Sorry. So really, the cultural plan. So then it doesn't make sense to keep it. But Carrie, if you think there is some more action items that you think you can put in here for the community as a whole, let's take a look at it.
Just a couple from the bureaucracy side, like, we're gonna tell staff, which I love staff, here's one bullet point under this big strategic priority. Can you fill something? Hell yeah. Everybody in here get those stuff under there. I think it needs to be driven from our strategic priorities.
that's a little bit of my concern of, well, we can come up with a laundry list, sure.
Right.
But the intent of this is it's, the council setting these strategic priorities and setting these milestones. So I had a thought a while ago that, for our strategic priorities, we really just, we launch into, here's our strategic priorities, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. do we need a visioning statement, something that goes along with those that encapsulates the whole community piece of that? I mean, I don't want to lose that in its entirety if there's a desire to go from 6 to 5. So is there an alternative way, like we depicted over here, that we weave it in here so that it's not lost, that there is a priority, we call it something else?
Yeah, because I think it's important for budgeting reasons. Again, everything that this plan does ends up in a budget somewhere. And to that point, I don't see us doing away with the rec center, programming, planning, nap center, all of those kind of things. So, and again, they may not be milestones, but where do they fit? And how do we depict it? Because ultimately, there's a budget that we will have August that will have all of those components in it. So to Rushi's point, do we rename it, do we classify it? How do we put it there to make sure that the people that elected us, when they see this, that it is a component, that we have a priority on parks, we have a priority on, but where does it fit? And that's the question. Now, what do we name it? Apparently. we gotta do something. That I'm just a strong believer. If it's not in this document, then
Mayor, do we have a mission statement as a city? I don't think I've ever seen one. I'm just curious if we do.
pull up.
I'm gonna ask real quick, how many things were left under trusted government?
Just real quick, I think the mission and vision statements, they're more centric to our organization, and staff organization. They're not something county doesn't have.
And look, I'll make one more point.
Exactly. There's one left under trusted government. So we're gonna get rid of that one too, right? There's one. We're gonna get rid of trusted government.
I had one point.
One thing.
I'd be happy with 3.
And I guess here's the other thing I'll tell you. So Mayor, earlier you said, last year you guys did this based on priorities, right? Like,
Well, last year, this was put in the parking lot. Okay?
What?
This item right here, this item right here was put in the parking lot. That was the end of it because it was 3-3 vote.
no, I'm talking about like these 6 strategic goals or priorities were put in.
But this item right here, when we left, it was put in the parking lot. That
Fair
was final. That was final.
But my question to you is, the first item here that says trusted government, that was the number 1 priority, correct? This is priority number 6.
It's the order we rank it.
My point is, if you take this and you consolidate it, I'm telling the staff then, hey, this is important, very important, move it back up to whichever direction you move it on, which I would be in favor, if I was them, I would say, yeah, let's get rid of it and push it up. Now it becomes more of a priority than bottom of the priority, right? Like you're telling me from first one is trusted government, strong economy. If you're moving these things that are not going to be funded, but you're going to put them up in a higher priority, it doesn't make sense. Like leave them on number 6 and say, you know what? If we have extra money, we'll fund it. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
In some respects, I think we're making a simple process complicated. I get concerned when priorities are, just from my vantage point, when you number them, the impression it gives to the community and to staff is it's rank order. And when you look at the budget, and a budget is a priority setting document, right? I mean, we all get that. Where you allocate resources reflects the priorities of the community. You're the interpreters of that. In some respects, this is not budget light. I would not say the strategic goals is not another form of the budget. And there are some things that there are many things in departments' budgets that are not in here. That's by design. Most strategic plans they're not all encompassing because then it would kind of defeat the purpose. Why have a strategic plan and a budget? So there is some divergence, if you will.
I may have misspoke.
I'm just sharing that.
Back to something.
Yeah, these are sort of the things that are in enhancements of what you're already doing. Sometimes cities put things in here to make sure they're a point of emphasis for the near term, short term to get them on. It seems as though we're spending time on the management side of what goes in here and not so much the policy segment of what needs to go in here. And it goes back to where we started. We're trying to get some clarity about what are the major policy initiatives you're trying to focus time and attention on in the near term, short term. Some of these things are going to be done because it's the nature of what departments are doing. So you're not going to close the recs. I mean, that's it, right? You're going to be running that. Some of it's the matter of degree. how much you're going to do that in the events. Government does a lot of things well. One of the things not, it can do just about anything. It can't do everything. And I think that's where you're at that inflection point to say, whether it's about infrastructure or public safety, and it's a budget discussion. Doing that in here is a little bit, I think, premature, because you've got to look at those dollars and cents and say, is that really, how much do we commit to the policy? What do we do to internal service funds and all that? So I'm not trying to muddy the water. It just seems like we're down a rabbit hole here trying to manage this process in a group setting, which may be, it's challenging. I'll put it that way. It's challenging. However many of you have, 3, 5, there's no magic number. It's really a matter of what's this group want to make sure to include as major policy initiatives that Trent and the staff can queue on. And I would ask for, I would ask, and Trent and I didn't talk about this, but I would, just based on the conversation, I would rely on Trent and the staff to bring you back a revised version of this. Based on their estimation, directors are here, they're picking up the sentiment of where you're coming from. But us trying to do that in here, I'm not sure that's a good use of your time. Some of these items probably need further discussion about policy implications. Again, I'm just suggesting this, right? I don't have skin in the game, but I'm just suggesting this because I think we're getting mired in sort of the muck of this. And then people start saber rattling about what do I get, what do you get, and what did you get, and what did I get? We start measuring that, and I'm not sure that's a good place where you want to go. Trent, your thoughts about that? I'm not trying to muddy the water.
Yeah, so, I think from a policy standpoint, I think we've got to determine is that not that it is a strategic priority. Thinking about as we bubbled through this, this strategic priority having 1 and this one having 2 and this one having 8. I don't even know that you need to have a milestone under any individual strategic priority if that's important to the community. There's still things we're doing that support that. I think the milestone concept last year was just to articulate, things, a general direction and a general timeline of things that are important to the council that fall within these strategic priorities. So, whether it's just a strategic priority without any specific milestones underneath it, I think that has value as well. And it signals to the community what's important. But again, I think these things can be folded. We can, encapsulate what that means as well in a multitude of ways if it's not a specific strategic priority, whether that's through some strategic prioritization vision statement or the graphic or something along those lines. But yeah, I think if we pull it back up to the policy level, what are the most important things under those? And is that still one of the most important things from a strategic priority? And whether it's whole community or last year it was welcome community, now it's whole community, is it something else? But it still encapsulates those things that we do there. Because we're not going to quit doing those things. But it doesn't have to have specific initiatives or specific, things where we're seeking to spend additional dollars on those areas. It may be just trying to prioritize what we do within those areas already. It's hard to wrestle with, but.
And that's okay. I mean, I think this is a natural, the exchange of ideas, trying to wrestle with it. That's part of this process. It is messy, trying to figure it out. And so I would say that it's okay to struggle. That's where sometimes you have the biggest breakthroughs as a governing body, where you struggle. I'm trying to make sure you don't get stuck, and I think you're stuck. And then people are doubling down about wording and language, and I'm not sure that's the best value of your time. Allowing staff to sort of revisit, listening to what you were trying to intend, and come back with a different approach, if you will. Moving some of that stuff around, because you've already done that today. Some of that was very consistent with what fit. Yeah, that needs to move to infrastructure. Some of these other items, there is overlap. So where do you plug that in? And there's no kind of best way to do that. But as long as you, as a governing body, have a sense and you have that relationship with staff where you trust their judgment and you rely on that, I think that's a really critical element to allow them to take some of that and polish it up and bring it back to you. I've worked with a lot of councils where that's not always in place. So that's another challenge. You don't really have that here. That's a good sign, by the way. Doesn't mean you always agree with everything staff presents back to you. They're giving you options. They know that. Knows that very well, giving you options.
So we can leave it in the parking lot. When we bring everything back to you guys, and I think the plan is April, present a couple of options if that that helps maybe move us along.
Yeah, is that good?
Yeah. I won't be here in a few months, so. Here in April. Yeah. What I said was, we parking lotted this item last year. We brought back the strategic priorities when we adopted them. It stayed in, but kind of with an asterisk that we revisit again this year. And so we can parking lot it for today. We can bring back a couple of options based on the conversation here and look at it when we're ready to adopt and choose from some options there.
If we change the name, that'd be
I think it's gonna have to be the package. Just I think everybody, let's.
The more you do this every year, the more iterative this process is. This is not a static, I mean, I've worked with enough cities where as council turns over or as they become more comfortable, things come off the list, they make some modification. The framework is there. Now it's really about plugging it in. Where do you plug it in, right? But it is an iterative process. It's not static. So I would say this is a normal course of conversation that, hey, we tried it, just like some items come off the list. It's okay. That's not meant as criticism. It's, okay, we're still working it through. We're trying to weave that. And it doesn't always arrive naturally because some of these things are more imaginative than functional. What is that? What is it that we're trying to do? Some of these are core capabilities. Some of these are not necessarily core. However, they're value add, and you're trying to experiment with what is it that you want to do? How aggressive do you want to be? And you obviously had those conversations today.
I thought that's what we were here today for, though, is to do these.
It is, but we'll finalize it when staff brings it back. That was the point, was don't wrestle with this.
I think we've just got to a point where we're not making any additional progress. So let us think about it, come back with some, we'll give you, too hot, too cold and Goldilocks. And when we come back, we can, see if we get a kind of a creative breakthrough or something like that as we work with our staff that maybe meets most of the needs that are competing here. And when we come back to actually adopt the strategic priorities, take a look at those. Or we can keep talking about it.
And ask that we under as well.
Is that?
And ask that we kind of nest the departments in this as well, because we've kind of sorted on that, but not to a full degree.
I think that's a really bad way to go. I think
that's.
Well, and I don't disagree with that, though, because we have, like, resilient finances is one department.
Is it?
No, not one part.
It's not.
You said it was the finance department.
No, who said that?
Whoever was reading it a while ago.
Resilient
Finance milestone under there, that's the responsibility of the finance department, but that's all of our responsibilities. That's one of the things we'll talk about. We talked about earlier. We do a lot of very different things that don't necessarily fit together, and that's one of the big struggles we have is, when you're providing law enforcement and you're producing and selling water, how does that all work together? So when we start assigning this, and this by strategic priorities departments, I don't think that's good.
Well, and maybe it's just my learning style, which is why I asked specifically, because I want to be able to illustrate that. To say that police can be under safety, but roads can also be under safety. It can also be under infrastructure. And it really kind of helps to illustrate from the budgeting perspective for, slower individuals. Alex not here to talk about how slow Aggies are anymore, so I guess I'll do it. It's a different learning style for me. It helps to kind of paint it. And
I think that, like, when we present the budget, we present it by strategic priorities, not by department, when we're looking at supplementals and new personnel and all those sort of things. Because we want to look at it in the light of what are the community's priorities as established by the council, as opposed to, going through each individual department and then going, here's their supplemental request. Now, the supplemental requests need to be weighed in light of the strategic priorities against each other, because those are usually additional things or new things or enhancements to what we've already done in the past. I think that's the right way to advance through this. I'll agree with that. I think we need to avoid looking at it as a department or anything like that.
these currently are our why. This is why we do the various things that we do. It backs up something. The question is, can we answer the why for the things that we think are important by looking at these other, I mean, yeah, I can look at parks as safe community or sustainable infrastructure, even resilient finances and, you know, trusted government. I can look at it in any of those lights. The question is when we bring something to council, do those things sufficiently answer the why as to why we're bringing something forward?
Yeah, and I would say that there, you know, it's very common in cities. There's a strategic plan and there's a budget. And over time, and as Trent just said, you know, the strategic plan is trying to drive the budget. Think of it sequentially. Some city, remember, you don't get a chance to start from day one. We were going to start a new city tomorrow. We would start with a strategic plan, and the budget would be derived from the strategic plan. But that doesn't happen in government traditionally. You inherit the budget, and then you sort of bolt on the strategic plan, and then you start to use it as a decision-making device to drive that conversation. And you're trying to figure that out, and that's okay. That's part of this process. You're trying to say, to your point, how do you use the strategic plan to drive the budget? And oh yeah, there's also a lot of things that get funded in the budget that are not talked about at this level. And that's very common in cities. I would just caution you, try not to replicate the strategic priorities as simply another version of the budget. Because I think that's where people start to, the kitchen sink. Then well, we got to plug it by department. We got to do this. And then essentially it becomes, I think you dilute the emphasis about what you're trying to do with strategic priorities. So be patient with that process. This is iterative. You're going to try to use this as a goal setting driving the budget and recognize, and department directors know this well, there's still a lot in the budget you're not talking about today. And that doesn't mean it's not a priority. It just means it doesn't rise to the level of having a policy discussion.
There's going to be supplemental items in the budget that we haven't talked about today, and we will, you know, we'll hang on which strategic priority they fit underneath when we bring them to you. And those, you know, they're not tied to the strategic milestones, but they are tied to a strategic priority because they fall under that, and it's a need that a department has made the case for it being important as to how we move forward. So yeah, they're tied, but they're not.
And I would say over time,
The priorities are definitely tied.
Yeah.
What we have is milestones.
Not everything we bring in the budget is you're gonna see it in the milestones.
and you all as a governing body do this every year. I would ask you to think about, in order to make this even more impactful, in order to do strategic planning, which is what you're doing, it requires strategic thinking, which is not always easily arrived at for people just because of the way they process information, operational. I think you did really good today trying to stay away from making this a work plan, which is very tactical. Now you're managing the organization as opposed to leading the community. I think you did well, and that you work with that, and that's okay. My role is remember, I'm a flashlight and a mirror. I'm trying to keep you focused on what are some of the policy, what are the macro things. You checked off some of these things, but if it ends up being a work plan, there's a missed opportunity there. Some of the policy, strategic aspects of this community, they're more abstract. And they don't arrive on your doorstep again with a bow on it to tell you exactly what to do. They sort of arrive and say, what are you going to do about this? And it's a lot messier, which is what you're struggling about. And that's, again, I think that's okay.
Talk about new potential.
Yeah, that was the other item here. We focused on the present.
So I was just through the discussion today, I've got a couple jotted down and then we can open it up and see anything else. And so one of them is the emergency ops community organizational support with the group we're working with. So that's something, you know, we may want to hang on here as a milestone, is get support that group stood up as they will support our emergency response. And then the other one was the medium-term financial planning that Victor walked through, you know, with the 3 to 5 year look at the MUDs, look at the TERS, any of the other things that have that down the road. Things the legislature may or may not do to some things. So those are two I heard. If we've got not enough nodding heads, we'll hang those on there and then open it up.
I have several. One, under trusted government, we talked a little bit about this, but I don't know if it's a milestone. I know it may be in progress, but under our work order system right now, it goes back to trusted government. Somebody puts one in, it doesn't necessarily update them as to where that work order is. It doesn't necessarily let them know that, hey, this is going to be addressed in 2 weeks, 8 months, a year, whatever. So having something in our system to figure that, and I know that's a software that we're.
I think that's a real, operational piece that we'll just have that hanging, the customer service piece. I mean, that is all a part of that whole effort there. So we know we've got that issue and talked a little bit about it internally. But we'll make sure, I don't think we need to hang anything else on here. It's part of that.
And same thing with maybe a website overhaul. I know that's operational, but we have great information. It's finding it and how do we get to it? So I know that's out here in the future, but it's something that I hear often from people. So not sure.
It's identified in our 5-year IT strategic plan. And I think communications is well aware of that too. So,
and then
part of that, we'll see budget requests for items like that coming.
Sustainable infrastructure. I know we talked about it. We'll have a plan in March, but short-term plan for street maintenance. I think that's something ongoing. And then Mayor Pro Tem and I have talked a little bit about a long-term plan. And this is a super long-term plan, but a super long-term plan for replacement of neighborhood streets, water, sewer, drainage as our infrastructure ages and ages out. And how do we put that together? We do have our CIP, but this is
Drainage, CIP.
yeah, a real street and drainage CIP that's focused on the neighborhood streets. And how do we do that over 50 years, whatever, because as soon as we get through with some, then we're going to have others that need to have happen and put something in place that revolves through our community. And it's going to have to be intentional to make sure that we get it and have a plan to put together. How that looks, how we fund it, how we do all those kind of things is certainly something for council to wrestle with.
And I think the plan's the easy part.
Yeah.
We've got the data, we've got the road data, we've got our transite water line replacement program, we've got our I&I program, so that's your water, sewer, streets. Every time we do the streets, we're going to look at the drainage to see if that capacity's there. So, we've got the standing up the plan and the program's the easy part. It's the funding mechanism. And I think what we look at as a model there is just like in the 2019 bond program, we did 15 million. I can't remember what the number was. I think we did 15 million in neighborhood street reconstruction. So we'll be finishing that up this year with Sherwood, I think it is. So I think it's just, and the intention I think was in the next bond program, we do that again, but we focused more on drainage with the 2023 program. So it's just as we move into future bond programs, if that's going to be every 5 years, we've got a good chunk in there. And then we, like you said, we got to extend that out to see, we get Shadow Creek Ranch being 40 to 50 years old. You're going to see that number, the things spike at that point because that we had a ton of our streets built within a very short period of time. So, so I think the plan's easy. It's,
Yes, I think having a long-term plan, and it called out, I mean, I agree with you, put the plan together, then how we execute that plan is going to be decade after decade. But I think having that in there, it shows the public that we do know these streets are aging. We do know this infrastructure is there. We have some plans to do that. Yeah, it's going to cost money, but we have a plan to address it. I think that's important that that is a priority. It's just going to be forever ongoing. Where are we in it?
So we'll work on some language hang that under sustainable infrastructure.
Those are the ones I had.
Any other potential new items to add, include as milestones from the Rander, other council members?
Any more? We got to start subtracting.
If you add one, you take one.
Additional subtraction. Remember, these strategic priority areas are to have clarity about what Trent and the staff are devoting their time and attention to. Not exclusively, but a good amount of time and attention to. I always advise elected officials, look at these strategic priorities. It's not a straitjacket, but they shouldn't be optional. There's an old saying, every organization is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. Whatever you're achieving on purpose. This helps you be disciplined. You're achieving things by design. You're being proactive. We see this, you all see this, and this is what we're doing. These are ongoing concerns. Trying to be proactive. Because that's not always, I think, highlighted by the public. They sort of see what's happening right now. And they want you to go address it. Sometimes that's just not always part of their horizon. I think for you as elected officials, you have the benefit of looking at it on a longer time frame and a broader time frame, a broader concept as well. Other aspects you want to discuss? I know it's been a long day. Immersed in all this. Some people have to go to barbecue and listen to music. And brought off a lower.
Somebody getting on the mechanical bull.
Somebody getting on the mechanical bull. That Texas version of barbecue.
So for someone like me, what's the next step here? Like, this is my first time.
Mine as well.
Sure. Let me show you the bill. Here's the bill we need. Thanks for your input. We'll see you later. We'll show you the bill at the early budget input session. No, first I want to thank everybody for their time today. I know Saturday, families and friends, it's always a big commitment, but this is important work. And I think this was a good session. Thank all of our staff here to support. Megan, Francis, and your team for getting us all set up and all the logistics today. So kind of moving forward, what are we looking at? We will obviously continue working on the existing milestones as you've seen the progress we've made on those. Continue to update the dashboard we've set up for those so we can track that progress. And I think we're reporting out quarterly what the progress is we make, so we'll continue that. As far as our work today, we'll bring that back in when, Megan? April?
Yes.
Megan says we're bringing it back in April because she's going to be gone after that. So we got to finish it before then. So what we'll do is we'll compile what we talked about today, take off the things that are no longer on there, add the things that get added. We will come back with some thoughts and brilliant ideas on whole community or whatever it becomes. So that hopefully we can arrive at when we bring it back to you as to how that fits in the overall strategic priorities. We'll bring that back in April. Beyond that, we've got our early budget input session scheduled for April 22nd. So that's when we start really rolling out what things are going to look like from a budget standpoint and get your input on the early budget. It's a session for your input on the early budget as we start to develop it, start rolling into budget. We'll use this updated strategic priorities to inform that early budget input session. And then we'll roll into budget. So, June 24th, we've got our CIP budget workshop. So we'll go through the whole capital improvement program at that point. Start looking at what we do as far as the priorities in there. Does anything get moved up, moved back? Are there other outside forces causing things to be delayed or need to be accelerated?
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
When you say CIP, so when I went through I met with the departments. Obviously, departments have, I would say, wants, right? And obviously, in their eyes, it may be needs. And I'll pick on Dan. Where's Dan? Dan's a friend, so I can pick on him. Obviously, he kind of gave me a good in-depth knowledge of, okay, hey, our routers are getting older. The fiber being laid this is the reason why they're piggybacking off Pearland ISD. And obviously, it doesn't make sense to go sell bonds on technology equipment. And so, I guess in my eyes, I would like to know from each department what are things that they need and we can't get it. Look, I'm not saying we're going to sit as city council member to say we're going to approve everything. But just truly, I would love to have a list of things that, hey, this is a new software that we would love to have. I would like a list from each department of things that they have a wish list on and things they absolutely need. I haven't seen one. If you do have one, I'd love to get a copy. But I would ask the directors to say, hey, tell us what you need. Like,
because I don't like this idea.
So they tell us what they need,
Okay.
and then we put the budget together. So we share that. But that's kind of, so backing up, so CIP, from a CIP standpoint, I think we've already kicked that off. So one of the first things we do every year with the capital improvement program is what are the departmental needs? And so they basically submit all those needs. We vet through those. The capital improvements group prices, costs those up. And then we start evaluating, what is this, what's the basis here? Does it have basis in, the 5-year strategic plan for the fire department? What is the basis of that ask, and then where does that fit in? So we've stretched our 5-year CIP is what we adopt. First year of that is what gets adopted as part of the budget and gets implemented. We've stretched that out to really trying to look at a 10-year look at the overall CIP. So we do have that information available as far as what departments are looking at from a long-term capital standpoint. The expectation is those are based in something. Those are based in the Parks Master Plan. Those are based in the Water and Sewer Master Plans. And then it's a matter of what can we afford, what can we fund, and is it a absolute must? There's a mandate, or is it an absolute need because we've got a piece of infrastructure falling apart, or is it something we need to put on a future bond program and let the citizens of Pearland decide, is this the right expenditure for our community or not? So it just depends on the funding source. Or did we get 80% federal funds for a transportation project and we need to come up with the 20% funds somewhere? So we'll do that for the capital project, our capital budget. And then it's really a lot of the same process for the budget itself. As departments submit, one of the early things they do is they put together their staffing plans. So this is kind of long-range staffing plans. We know we can't drop in an extra 200 employees next budget year. So we ask them to prioritize those, give us their more detailed write-up on their top priorities so that those can be weighed, across the organization. They also put in their supplemental requests for other things, whether it be software, servers, or new radios, new dispatching furniture, just anything. And, those have to be weighed against what are our resources, what are our strategic priorities, and what we can, afford that year, what we feel like we can put forward in a budget that year. So, you'll see those, front and center as far as what we have in our recommended budget, but all the departmental requests are available to be able to see all those
So
departments.
how do we get to, are you going to send those out? Is that sent out to council?
We usually include all the supplemental requests in part of the budgetary documents. So as we move into the budget, we start sharing budget document stuff out with you. We'll share out basically everything. Now, we're gonna come to you with a budget with recommended things that we can afford and are the priorities, and meet the absolute needs and the longer term needs as well. But that's that's what we work out amongst ourselves to bring to council the budget that we deliver to you before we start those budget workshops. So that does lead into the next step is we'll start the budget workshops in August. We've got that scheduled out right now, like we have in the past with a Saturday session. The way the dates fall, we're looking at that right now because the way the dates fall when we get our assessed values to put together our tax worksheet to finalize that budget, the time is crunched. So we may push that to either an early Monday session or a different night session to go through that initial, usually we spend about 3 to 4 hours on that initial budget workshop. Just because of the way the dates fall this year, we can't get you a budget, allow you a weekend plus a week to review it and have that workshop. It would come in too late. You'd have it for a couple of days, and then we'd meet on Saturday. So we want to push that out to give you a handful of days and a weekend with that budget before we have that initial budget workshop. But those budget workshops will start in August, and then, we're off to the races with, finalizing things and approving a budget once again. So appreciate the work today, and looking forward to continuing the work. Anything else?
I just have one final thing.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for the opportunity today. Hope you found the experience.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate facilitating today, and it's a great session.
I appreciate the opportunity. Hope you found this experience enjoyable, reflective, a good exchange of ideas, kind of as you pursue the community's future. So let me just end with this. You know, mejorando Spanish means getting better all the time. Sort of the notion to leave a place better than we found it, which is a lifelong virtue that many of us try to utilize. When you think about where you're presently as a community, right? And I'm just going to use this really rudimentary, and what the future is like. You know, what's the approach to close that gap? There's a gap where you are and where you want to be, right? And this is subjective, and that's okay. What sometimes government falls into the pattern of almost by default is there's a tendency that the way to close that gap is a resource gap. Money, people, equipment, technology. Absolutely, that's a vital aspect. But I would offer to you that what actually I think catapults you in a way that's a little different, and it's likely more sustainable in some respects. It's not just a resource gap, it's an imagination gap. And imagination is not childish, it's childlike. You're standing on the shoulders of your predecessors who sometimes had fewer resources. And they had to figure out how they were going to be good problem solvers. And you as elected officials, critical thinking and creative problem solving are core capabilities of effective governing bodies. I see it all the time. Today was really an examination of your critical thinking, unpacking some of those items. What is it obligated? What's it involved? What's our role? And then getting on the other side of creative problem solving. Creativity, not all artists draw. So creative problem solving is not about being an artist. While artists have to be creative, you can be creative without being an artist. So I would just encourage you to think about, as you continually explore the future, going into the budget, saying, what can we do? How can we do this differently? What different things can we do? Keep that as part of the forefront. That's definitely what you're expecting staff to bring to you. Give us options, right? How else can we do this? Who else is involved? Well, we've not done it this way before. Well, let's try it and let's see if that works. And if it doesn't work, maybe you try something else. Mistakes are bad, I'll give you that. But what's worse is a culture that doesn't tolerate them. And a great way not to make mistakes is don't try anything new. I think there's always members of the public that want to be the ninth elected official. Don't give them the authority because they don't have it. So there's always going to be people saying, why'd you let staff do that? Of course, staff's going to bring you their best judgment. If it wasn't going to work, they wouldn't bring it to you. But sometimes they don't know that. And some of these things you're dealing with as a high growth community, there's not really a proven track record about how you're going to tackle some of these things. So giving them some room to roam and bring that to you, using that imagination, I think is going to be critical, because innovation is not just about doing new things, it's about adding new value. How else can we do that? And give them the space to do that. And that really unleashes their creativity. Trent can foster that, but as you as a governing body, the more receptive you are to that, the more this is an experiment. The more they're going to take those and they're going to run, they're going to bring back to you really good options. You want the benefit of their expertise and their experience and their insight. Right? They're not just leaving you, here's A or B. It's here's what I think will work and here might work. And that's a good collaborative conversation. I'm just sharing that with you as you go forward in the future. You're going to have, I think, more and more opportunities to really absolutely look at resources as well as look at our imagination. What else can we be doing there? Or do we even do it? Sometimes deciding what not to do is as important as what you decide to do. I want to say thanks for your time. Well, again, I put out some merch from my firm, so that's all magical. If you use those pins, all your wishes come true, right, Charlie? See, she's not, she got an extra special pin. Let's give Charlie a round of applause for being a good sport. She should get some extra credit in school under civics or something. I'm sure she'll go back on Monday and show and tell, yeah, I went to this meeting on Saturday. What'd they do? I don't know. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Megan and staff, because I have to publicly acknowledge her based on what the mayor advised me to do. So let's give her a round of applause.
Y'all pray for me this week.
And I hope today's session helped you accelerate the journey in this community to get better all the time and pursue your potential. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the balance of your day and your weekend.
We're done, 1:57.